engagement has been very stimulating. And I take it back from a financial services perspective to think about how both at a large scale, medium, and also on the micro space, we can start to then share a lot more of the work that has been done in terms of ensuring that we address the climate risks and provide renewable energy. So really, it's a takeaway for us in the financial services sector to come back to you and to continue to partner with you. But the insights that you continue to give us are most valuable. And the stakeholders on the panel today have also shed quite a bit of light in terms of what we can do differently. So thank you so much.
Engineer, in 1 minute.
Thank you. We would not have done this topic justice if we have not looked at the 80% of energy needs in Africa that is biomass. And I'm happy to have that question of firewood. And we know that it's not clean for now. It is not sustainable. So going around it is just looking at ways of making it sustainable, and that is looking for alternatives. And I'll give just a short example. In my village, we grow a lot of maize. And when we harvest the maize, we separate the maize from the combs. There's a store for the maize and there's a store for the maize combs. And that is what is used throughout the year. So those are just innovative ways. I know it is not clean, but as we transition to cleaner energy, that is sustainable, and basically it can be used as an alternative. We have improved GCOs that use briquettes. Briquettes can be made from sewage, can be made from coffee husks. We have homegrown solutions to our energy needs in terms of replacing the tree cutting and the wood space. Finally, my closing remark is that we all use energy, and I think energy, our quest for energy is the one that put us in where we are. Energy for industrialization, energy for lighting, energy for transportation, and we are all consumers of energy. If there's nothing else you can do at an individual level, you can conserve energy efficiency, in whichever small and big way. At a personal level, you can conserve energy. If all of us can reduce our energy consumption or use our efficiency we reduce at 10%, that means globally we will reduce the energy needs. And it's not complex. In our village, when we cook our food, whatever it is, if there was one piece of wood that was in that GCO, it is removed. That's energy saving. We can do it in a small way at a personal level. Go out there and look at a way that you can help in this fight against climate change. Thank you.
Thank you. Doc.
Yeah, my encouragement is, as we close, and thank you for this conversation, we spoke a lot about the challenges, which are real, but there's also a lot of really fantastic innovation that's happening. Someone mentioned that we're not making any progress on energy access, but just a quick fact check is that that's not true. We're actually seeing people gain access, communities gaining access. It's just that population growth is happening so much faster that the gains are sort of not balancing out. So I think from here, what we really need, and what you've heard, the theme here was partnerships. Partnerships, like what Henry was talking about, to support more sustainable models of offtake so that we improve the economics of service delivery. Partnerships, as the question you were asking in power pools, partnerships with the multinational development banks that are going to be able to help manage those more mundane tasks of the grid infrastructure, distribution, transmission, etc. Partnerships with our financial institutions, some of them being really innovative now to figure out ways of delivering long-term, low-cost financing, which the continent needs. And partnerships with government, public-private. Our colleague from Prudential was talking a bit about this, and we really do need the government to be stepping in on creating that incentive space, that enabling environment for businesses to thrive. So I think that's my takeaway here, is there is innovation happening. The continent has what it needs. Partnerships are the way to go.
Andre?
Yes, thank you. Thanks for the invite. My closing argument, or my closing topic is, I just hope there'll be less talk and more action. That's really what I'm hoping.
Thank you. CPA, please, very briefly.
I also want to thank you for this opportunity. And I think, as we leave this place, we need to understand that climate change effects are real. And I want to echo the words of KCB CEO when he said, we cannot afford to think business and ignore the climate changes and its effects. Because eventually then, we'll end up with products and no customers. Thank you.
Nick, and there was a question for you.
It was a question for me. I'm feeling a bit awkward answering it, because I think in this room I may be the only person who's never been a farmer or never tried to be a farmer. But I do really identify with the need for capital to make your business operate. Prudential aren't really in the business to offer loans to individual farmers. But coming back to a theme from a few moments ago, we certainly can work with intermediaries. We could certainly work, say, with KCB. We could work with a cooperative organisation. And if they could package the debt in a way that we could purchase, we'd be very happy to do it. And of course, with a bank or other financial services, that would then allow them to lend more money as well. In terms of closing thoughts, there have been a lot of panels about financing climate change, about financing green energy. There were a lot at COB last month. There's this panel where we're experiencing just now. I can't help but feeling that success will be when we make ourselves all redundant, and to pick up on Henri's point, it's happening rather than we're talking about it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'd like us to appreciate our panelists. Thank you so much for your insights. And I'd like to appreciate the audience and the questions. We really had a nice time. I wish we had more time, but we just don't have. But feel free to walk to the panelists to their various sitting positions and just ask your questions. My dear panelists, let's have a photo shoot before I usher you back to your seats. The next session should be steered by my colleagues.
Yes. We are just getting that ready. And as we do, I'm just curious to find out from anybody back here if they managed to pick up anything. I mean, we've been having so many discussions, and there are students who are actually joining us from Kenyatta University, and Ruth is one of them. And I'm just curious if maybe I can engage you for a couple of seconds, Ruth, because she's come all the way, and all these big terminologies we're hearing, and everybody takeaway is that, you know, it's maybe time for us to start doing things instead of just talking about it. I'm just curious, Ruth, maybe if you can hold this and just tell me what is that one or two things that you've picked from this discussion. Don't run away from me. Feel free to stand here. If you had to pick one or two things from this panel discussion, what is that thing that you've picked up that resonates with you?
Okay, I'm Ruth Ngozire from Kenyatta University, pursuing climate change and sustainability, master student.
Don't run away from me, Ruth. Stay here. Just stay right here. Stay right here.
My take-home points are, we have the resources, that is the maybe wind for wind energy, solar, that we can do at home. We can do this for renewable energy. And as Engineer Lucy said, we cannot just jump from petroleum to renewable energy. There must be just transition. So we have to diversify. Then we have forgotten something to do with perception and education. We need to educate the public about it and tell them this is the way. We can't just go and tell them, let's stop using petroleum. Why? Because climate change is happening. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You can finally run away, I think. I know there's Gerald. Is Gerald here? Also from Kenyatta University. Is Gerald here? Please come and join me here because I'm very curious. It's good and well to hear all the big names, the CEOs and the industry leaders talking, but I'm also very curious to find out what is it that you're learning at Kenyatta University when it comes to matters climate change, and also try not to run away from me, like Ruth did. So if we had the morning session, what is your takeaway? What is that thing that resonates with you?
Okay, thank you. I'm Gerald Lucheng from Kenyatta University. What I've taken from the panel, I've learned that there's a need to deregulate the electricity industry in Kenya by allowing the private sector to come in and improve the distribution.
And do you think it's a good idea? Do you think, forget about what you heard, do you think it's a good idea?
It's a great idea to improve the access in electricity by bringing in competition.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's give a round of applause. And of course, we have more students from Kenyatta University joining us for this debate this morning. Moving on to the next panel, and this panel is going to be led by Smriti Vidyarthi, editor, senior news anchor at NTV Kenya, and she's going to be looking at climate innovations and solutions. So I'm just going to request our panelists to go on stage. And our panelists, we have Dr. Patrick Omeja, who is a field manager, Makerere University in biological field section. We also have Professor Mbabu Matthew, CEO of Blue Africa Foundation, Ms. Alice Rueza, Africa Regional Director of WWF International. We have Yvonne Nyokabi, Climate Change Specialist at UNDP Kenya. And finally, we also have Reshma Shah from Equity Group, and that is Director Sustainability. So even as they're going on stage, remember that we are having this conversation live on our social media platforms, and you can engage us. That is Kusi Fest 2022. Kusi Fest 2022. In case you've got any questions, any contributions, please don't hesitate to put them on the chat. And we are definitely going to be engaging you in a short while. Then, after this particular panel, we'll be moving on to issues of climate change, water, and resources. Another key area that we've seen adversely impact the region in the Horn of Africa in the past couple of weeks, past couple of months. So, talked about money issues, talked about food security this morning. Now, we've spoken about matters of renewable energy, and now Smriti Vidyarthi is going to be talking about climate innovations and solutions. Smriti?
Larry, thank you so much. Good afternoon, everybody, and indeed welcome to this session on climate innovations and solutions. As Larry said, my name is Smriti Vidyarthi, and I will be leading this session. Now, during this Kusi festival, we have been reminded that we are indeed in a climate crisis. And if we do not act now, the consequences will be catastrophic, and we already are seeing catastrophes across Kenya, the region, and the world. And while all that may be true, well, there is another reality, and that reality is a positive one. That reality is things are happening on the ground. People are working to turn environmental problems into solutions. And it may be step by step, day by day, but it is happening, and that is ultimately partly what is going to help us win this climate fight. So that is what the discussion is about this afternoon, innovations and solutions. And joining me to discuss this is Dr. Patrick Omeja. He is on my far left. He is the field manager at the Biological Field Station at Makerere University in Uganda. Karibu sana, thanks for making it all the way from there. Joining us virtually online, we have Alice Rueza, the Africa Region Director at WWF International. That's the World Wildlife Fund. Alice, good to have you with us. Thank you. And we have Professor Mbabu Matthew. He is the CEO of the Green Blue Foundation based here in Kenya. Beside him is Yvonne Nyokabi. She is a climate change specialist at UNDP Kenya. That's the United Nations Development Program. And on my immediate left, welcome to Reshma Shah, the Director of Sustainability Equity Group. Thank you all so much for joining us. Alice, you're with us virtually, but I would in fact like to start with you. And we'll start with a global perspective. And I want to find out where we are globally when it comes to prioritizing climate solutions. Now, COP27 closed with a commitment to establishing a fund to provide support and compensate vulnerable nations with, for loss and damage. And of course, that was seen as a win. But in your view, was COP27 somewhat of a letdown when it came to prioritizing solutions and mitigations, particularly for the African continent?
Thank you very much. That is absolutely a very important question. And I think there have been so many narratives about COP27 and whether it was successful or not. I think it's useful to take stock of when we were going there, what did we want to achieve? And then what did we achieve? And I remember very well, Africa had set priorities On a loss and damage, the loss and damage fund was important for us. On adaptation, because as a continent that only contributes 3 to 4% of greenhouse gas emissions, we really want to address adaptation. We do not necessarily have to address mitigation, even though it is important. We know that our people are suffering from climate change. We saw Madagascar with a climate-induced famine. We saw catastrophic floods in Cameroon and Durban. We know Kenya here where we live, there's a huge drought that's been going on. So we are very vulnerable, and yet we do not contribute much. And it was important for us to go there with a story on adaptation, and especially special needs and circumstances. Finance was another one that we went there to discuss, and we really wanted, first and foremost, the pledge of 100 billion that has never been met. And we also wanted more and more finance because the vulnerabilities are increasing. We have COVID, we have conflict, we knew there's more and more need. We wanted to talk about nature-based solutions. Nature-based solutions had been recognized at COP26 in Glasgow as an important player in climate change. And Africa has those solutions because Africa has a quarter of the world's biodiversity. So we wanted to go there and make sure that point was had. And lastly, we also wanted to talk about energy, renewable energy, because as much as we may talk about innovations in energy, there was a discussion around gas and everything. Africa still has a lot of renewable energy potential. We still have 600 million people who lack access to energy. It was important for us to come up with solutions around energy. So how did we do? First and foremost, on adaptation, we actually had a decision that is urging developed countries to urgently and significantly scale up their provision to climate finance. And there was a request for the Standing Committee on Finance to double adaptation. And there were new pledges of 335.6 million as adaptation finance. So we didn't do as badly as it sounds, although of course the devil is always in the details. I think your previous panel was talking about how money finally reaches the ground. So on finance, there was also the establishment of the Global Shield Against Risk by the G7 and the V20. Again, more and more funding pledged there with various countries. The Adaptation Fund received more pledges of 230 million. There was another 105.6 million in new funding. So not perfect for sure. We haven't received everything, but there were some pledges in there. The big win was the Loss and Damage Fund. 30 years after this came on the agenda, finally, we got it to be a main discussion point. And you know what? We also got the fund. The fund was accepted. The funding arrangements will have to be figured out. But you know what? At least we can say politically, we got a big political win. The details will have to be worked out. On food and agriculture, which actually was one of the points we also wanted to have there, recognizing agriculture and the main role it plays in our economies as a big employer, as the GDP, we wanted to make sure we had a work program on agriculture. And actually, globally, the data shows that even if we remove all the dirty vehicles off the road, if we do not tackle food systems, we are still not going to achieve the 1.5. So agriculture is a big one, and we wanted it on. We didn't win much here. There is something on the text, but we are not very, very happy. Energy, yes, the just transition, extremely important, because as we move from coal in some countries to cleaner energy, we need to make sure that the people who are dependent on coal for their jobs have a just transition. But we need more investments and more innovations in energy. Last one that is important to my heart is nature-based solutions. I work for WWF. Of course, our vision is to create a world where nature and people live in harmony. Africa has the biodiversity. By protecting our nature-based solutions, our oceans, our forests, we do contribute to 37% of the solution to climate change. So that was COP27. Mixed success, but I also want to say it's not all doom and gloom. And I think the point you're trying to make in your earlier discussion that the action is on the ground. The action is not at COP. COP, we do the talk, it's important, but the action is on the ground. I think Africa has the solutions and Africa has a role to play here.
That's right. Thanks, Alice. So some big wins, some half wins, and perhaps some losses in some people's views. But as you say, the action is on the ground. So let's bring the conversation back to the ground and take everyone to Uganda. Patrick, that is where you are. And despite some of these successes and failures, if you like, at COP, On the ground, we are seeing countrywide and worldwide so many innovations. Right here in Kenya, we're seeing clean cooking and different methods of clean stoves. We're also seeing innovations when it comes to biogas solutions. But in Uganda, you are working closely with forests, and you're in fact turning weed, which ordinarily would be thrown out, into something very useful that's helping fight climate change. Explain what exactly you're doing and how it's working.
Thank you, Smithy. I bring you greetings from Makerere University, and I want to thank Nation Media for this invitation. I have three major places of intervention that we are looking at a family level. That is from my home, where I manage as a head of a family, 0.05 hectare. If you look at a football field, let me bring it into perspective, is like 1/5 part of a football field. Then at the family level, we have around 100 size football field size, and then at the place where we work at the university, we have a restoration program happening in an area which is 10,000 hectares. So you're looking at over 1,000, football fields. And so this is the kind of areas where we're doing interventions. And at the family level is okay. It's a small area where you can, manage without much trouble. But, as the areas become bigger, that is where the trouble comes in. So in this area, which is 10,000 hectares that we are restoring with effort from other agencies, including Uganda Wildlife Authority, that is a custodian of that area, is a national park. You do the tree planting, and then all of a sudden, other challenges come up. So we have invasive weed species that have come up, and then destroying the vegetation that you planted. So what our organization is doing is to make you, instead of just cutting this weed and discard it, they're turning this weed into briquettes to help the local people, make better use of it instead of just throwing it away. And it has been taken up, although it is still at a very slow scale because people are not used to that kind of arrangement, that setup. So we are now going into a level where we are expanding it to make it really bigger, and so that people get income also out of it.
Can you explain further on how the briquettes are helping the community and the environment as well?
So what happens with the briquettes is these are shrubs which are growing under the trees. So these shrubs originally, because when the restoration effort was being done, they needed woody biomass that accumulates quite a bit of carbon. That is the major goal of that project. So the weeds, which is also biomass as such, but is very low carbon level. So they had to get rid of it, and so what is done is cut, compressed into small manageable levels, and then that is what is sold out to the communities who, actually for the local communities around the park is given, to them freely, but for other people, because now people in the cities have also realized it can be used, and so for that, at that scale they sell it, but it's still at a very low level compared to like an amount that someone would pay to get a bag of charcoal. And remember, this is really uniformly compact biomass, so it's even better than the amount of money, gives you value for money than what somebody ideally would pay to buy charcoal and use in their households. And So it gives better value for money and also a better way, you know, to get rid of the weeds under the plants that have been planted.
Okay, and you said it's at a small scale at this point, but you do plan to go big, but there are some challenges, and we'll come to that later on in this discussion. Thank you. Professor, the Green Blue Foundation here in Kenya, well, one of its missions is to restore Africa, or to have a restored Africa, and your organization is working in many different ways, particularly with citizens, to ensure that this actually happens through various innovations. For example, the 1 square meter project. Take us through what is actually working and what you're doing.
Thank you, Smlit. Let me start by thanking Nation Media Group for organizing this forum. I would also like to, at this point, to mention our other partners, that is Family Bank, the Family Group Foundation. I would also like to mention we're working also with the government, particularly Kenya Forest Service. We have an MOU with them, Kenya Water Towers Agency, and some other even private partners. We have a whole list of partners. The reason I'm saying this is that we cannot do it alone. We need to work with other partners. Having said that, I would like to sort of redefine some terms so that we are all on the same page. And even I may not be able to say everything, but what we are doing, because of time limitations, but we have some brochures, and we have some of our GBFA staff here who can actually distribute the brochures if it's okay for people to see exactly what we are doing. Now, the terms I want to sort of redefine is one, here we have talked about mindset change. And it's a key thing, I agree with that. For a mindset change to occur, we need to unlearn some things so that we can learn new things. Now, some of the things we need to unlearn is doing business as usual. Because if we are actually going to be out of the box, we need to do business as usual. That's one. How do we do that? The new innovations we are talking about. And climate change, I would say, is actually one of the environmental crises we have. It's an urgent one because it's like a house on fire and we have to act immediately. Now, of course, the other crisis we have is biodiversity loss, waste pollution, and also health. And that is what the environment is about. Now, I also want to mention that we have been talking about ecosystems. We need to unlearn or learn that we are part of the ecosystems as human beings. When we mention the word ecosystem, we tend to think or imagine we are outside that. We are not. We are part of that ecosystem. And for a healthy ecosystem, everything must be functioning well and together. And that is what is called ecosystem health. Now, coming back home, I'm zeroing back to the point. I want to say that we are all connected. Everything is connected. People are connected to the human race biologically. People are connected to the earth chemically. And people are connected to the universe atomically. Those are subjects by themselves. The point is, everything is connected, we are all connected. Listening to the conversations here it reminds me of the story of the blind men who are touching the elephant. And one says the elephant is a big blanket, another one says it's a tree, whatever. So my point is, all the things we are talking about are connected. And we need to think of them holistically as one. Okay, coming to GBFA. GBFA is, our main business is restoration. Right. Restoration of the degraded environment. In Africa, we have about 60% ASOS. In Kenya, we have 89. That translates to 1.67 billion hectares in Africa. In Kenya, we are talking of about 41.2 million hectares of restoration to be done. And this restoration, we are focusing on tree growing. That's another narrative we need to change. Planting a tree is good, but it's like giving birth to a baby and you leave it. Who nurtures the baby? That's where the tree growing comes in. We don't plant coffee, we grow coffee or any other crop. That's how we should think of tree growing. The reason we do that, of course, we do tree growing and soil restoration. And all these issues have been mentioned here, the importance of soil restoration, the importance of trees. But I would like to remind ourselves about especially the trees. Why tree growing? The first thing we do and the last thing we do, the first thing we do when we come into this world and the last thing we do when we exit the world is breathe. Take the first breath, last breath. And that is why trees, because that is oxygen, and it is what sustains us.
And if you could also just speak to the 1 square meter restoration model, because that is linked to the tree growing.
Yes, thank you, I'll do that. Now, it seems that as human beings, we forget, and it's okay to forget. We forget that the reason we are alive is because we are breathing, and we know what we are breathing is oxygen. It comes from trees. So we need to grow those trees. We find agriculture is based on soil, farming. We need those soils. We don't need our topsoil going to the Indian Ocean, because the Indian Ocean doesn't need it. It's us who need it. Now, the next one is, so if that is the case, then the next thing is water. For your information, 2 minutes without breathing, you know what happens. For water, it's about 10 to 14 days. Food comes third, further, and actually, about 2 months without food, you still be alive. So I'm trying to center us, to give us the reason why we should think through growing, soil restoration, always and constantly. Now, for the other thing that has been talked about here a lot is financing, and I'm coming to the square meter.
Right, and if you could just make it a bit brief, because I've got to get to the other panels.
Financing has been another elephant in the room here. And like the last COP27, loss and damage, we were also told that that money will come or will be available in 5 to 10 years from now. So what do we do between now and 10 years before we get the money? Climate action is now, and it can only be done by citizens. So for GBFA, we are doing restoration, yes, and our focus is citizen-driven initiatives so that the citizens own that, and actually they are the custodians, they are the beneficiaries, they are the people who actually can reverse the climate change effect. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. I want to shift to you, Yvonne, and speak to technology innovations. Now, the UNDP is in fact supporting and investing such innovations, but tell us how technology innovations work to save us from climate change, essentially, and can you give us concrete examples of these?
Thank you very much, Smriti, and thank you to all the panelists and the NTV for having us for this important conversation. As we all know, technology is a facilitator of human life, isn't it? But technology has previously been the cause of climate change because of greenhouse gas emissions. As such, technology innovations must meet two needs. It must reduce the amount of emissions we are releasing to our atmosphere, but also build the resilience of our communities and our ecosystems, which we are part of, to climate change. And so UNDP has been working, we work across 170 countries, but here in Kenya, one of the things that we try and do is, one, create a policy, support government to create an enabling environment so that these technologies can find their way into this country. There was a question on those who are manufacturing and want to bring in technologies to reduce their energy costs that is sustainable. We want to have technologies that reduce our water costs, which are good for climate change. But if there's prohibitive policy, then those technologies never find their way into the country. And so we support government and have supported government in their policy regime to ensure that the regulatory framework in the country is such that it enables technology transfer into the country. The other way is on the issue of finance, which has been one of the main subjects, I think, at Kusi. I'd actually call Kusi Climate Finance Ideas Festival. But finance, of course, is required so that we can purchase the technologies for both those who want to bring it in, but also those who want to use the technology. And so one of the things that we try and do is create innovative financing models so that those who want to participate, for instance, in tree restoration, forest restoration, land restoration, change their industrial processes to become low-tech, low-carbon. We find the ways of innovating financial models that will enable them to use what they currently have in their pockets, but also find financing that can top that up so that they're able to bring these technologies. I'll give you an example. Currently, we are working on cold storage solutions. And we all know the globe is heating up. For Kenya, we have 40% food loss from farms because of poor post-harvest management. And so what we find is our farmers actually pay people to get rid of harvest that doesn't make it to the market. That's a source of methane emissions. So by cold storage, we provide these farmers, small-scale farmers, a chance to be able to, one, store their produce for longer, not sell it at a glut price, which will mean that they make less money, but also have that food somewhere in storage so that it can also move to other parts of the country and to markets. And we find that these solutions are multi-pronged in their impact because, one, for that farmer, it means that they have more produce to sell, means more income for them and their households, but also for the climate, it means that we have less emissions. So we see ourselves as providing an integrated approach to technology transfer here in Kenya.
Okay, thank you. Rashma, it seems like a lot of this is about the money. Where is it, and is it being put in the right place? So from where you sit as a financial institution, what are some of the trends that you're seeing when it comes to green financing here in Kenya and also in the region?
Thanks, Rita. It's on. It is on, yeah, great. And thanks to the Nation Media Group and all the sponsors for bringing us together. I think this is a very important discussion, and I can see a lot on finance as well coming up. But in terms of the trend, I think we're seeing quite a varied trend. It started out, a lot of the discussions was around renewables. You know, that was the big discussion around climate, and everybody focused around energy side. We're now seeing the shift away from not just the larger projects into some of the smaller projects and some of the household elements as well. And that's probably because of the way innovations are going and solutions are coming. A big part of what we're seeing, especially around adaptation, is around agriculture. Infrastructure is another big one there. Water and nature. A lot of discussions around nature at the moment. But things are also moving into some of the less tangible, the things that were not seen as commercial or needing to financing. A lot of discussion around reforestation, around carbon markets and things like that. So I think what we're saying is the trends are moving and they're moving very fast. And probably everything else that needs to move with it is not moving fast enough to match that.
Okay, and we'll come back to how you are meeting some of those trends and supporting them as well as a financial institution. Patrick, when it comes to the money, when we spoke earlier, you did mention that funding or financing is a hindrance and it is a challenge, especially when it comes to the project that you're working on. Talk us through some of the challenges and what you would expect from perhaps governments or the private sector as well when it comes to supporting innovations like yours.
Thank you. So what is happening at the moment, we found that actually harvesting and turning these briquettes into these products work. So getting it out into the a bigger production level is where we are at the moment. But even at that small scale is working. And then now we got a couple of support from IDRSC and then the Forest Absorbing Carbon Emissions Program that have invested into getting these innovations like to another level. But also the communities that have been involved in raising these seedlings are also being empowered so that some of the ideas they got during the training program of, nursery setup and plantation raising. So all this is being rolled out into the community so that, they take advantage of the skills they learned to raise their own nurseries of these seedlings and also get market out there, because there are so many people who want to raise the trees, but they don't want to set up the seedlings, nurseries.
Right. And so essentially you're saying that the communities are being part of the solution. How important is that? That must make a big difference.
This area is surrounded by, like forest, protected areas actually is basically an island. You find a park and then on either side, there are communities. So the labor force, we are talking of over 1,000 manpower involved in planting and raising the seedlings are sourced from the community. It's only maybe at the technical level that we find foresters coming from outside, but then the low-skilled manpower is sought from the community. And now the project does not raise its nurseries. The communities are the ones now raising seedlings that the projects buy, and then we use it to restore these places. And when the money finally comes, it will not, this money now will not go to another community, because the indigenous tree species are already raised by the individual communities. They have active nurseries. So during the planting time, they only go to these communities and say, okay, we need maybe 1 million seedlings. And so the money goes to them, and then the seedling goes into the planting area or to other people who need it.
Okay.
So there's that circle. So the money is actually coming into them, not going out.
Right. Okay, let me bring Alice back into this conversation. Alice, joining us virtually, if you can hear me, you talked about nature-based solutions, and that was close to your heart. Tell us why nature-based solutions are so critical in this climate fight. And also, talk to us about how we ensure that there is a link between the mega commitments and the talks that we are hearing to action at the grassroots.
Great. No, thank you so much. So nature-based solutions, of course, are 37% of the solution that's going to get us to 1.5, which is the commitment we've all made. But unfortunately, they've always been the forgotten solution. And because of that, they only receive like 2%
and
of
why,
the finance.
let me interject and ask you why, if it's so important, why is that the forgotten solution?
Because of course, I mean, I should simply say the climate discourse from the beginning was happening at a very, very much higher level. And it was always about the cars, the emissions. Clearly, there's a lot of interest in reducing emissions from the big emitters, the United States, your China, your Brazil, and everybody. And everybody is looking at reducing greenhouse gas emissions from fuel consumption. That was always where the big focus was. But issues like nature-based solutions were not really being seen, because I don't feel like we were at the same table in terms of talking about these solutions. But look at us. We have the Congo Basin. That is the second largest carbon sink in the entire world, only behind the Amazon. We have the Cuvette peatland, which is the world's largest tropical peatland. It's the only carbon sink we have that we can use. And it provides that solution. And that solution is not just for the people of the Congo Basin or Africa, it's global. It's a global solution. So it's extremely important that we continue to do that. Secondly, the vulnerability is here. This is where the people are feeling the most impacts from floods, from sea level rise, from droughts, and others. And these are also communities that happen to be the custodians and the stewards of nature. That is where the nature is happening, where the communities are. They are the best stewards. And therefore, it is important that we are involving them in this discussion and that they are engaged in this, whether it's restoration. It is important that, because when you look at the AFR 100, the Africa Forest Landscape Restoration Initiative, excellent political commitment by our African governments to restore over 100 million hectares. But where is that work going to happen? It can only happen on the ground. And so when you see some of these solutions that the innovations can only happen at our level, at the level where nature is at the level where communities are living near national parks, and that's giving them the benefits for being involved in the protection of the gorillas. We really must have that area where people and nature are living in harmony. We will not achieve these solutions at a high level. We can go to Brazil and reduce emissions. We can do that in the United States. But unless we work on the ground with the communities living near the Congo forest and making sure they are benefiting from them, their rights are held, they have access to the forest, we will not be able to protect that forest. And yet it is such an important carbon sink for the rest of the world.
And are we seeing enough of that connection? Are we on the right track?
We are on the right track. We have excellent examples. Look at Mukuru Stoves. They just won the Earthshot Prize.
Right.
I was just amazed what they've done with that. And look, they talked about they're only reaching a certain level of communities, but with the prize, they're going to reach 1 million households. Now, what we need is to support them to reach 1 billion households. We are seeing a lot of good examples. We need scale. We need scale. We need to support people. We need our small businesses. We need innovation. Look at it at agriculture. Organizations like the CGIAR are producing drought-resistant varieties. We have excellent innovations across Africa, but the speed and scale of adoption isn't there yet. So we need our governments to put in place that enabling environment so that we can adopt these varieties, so that our yields can increase, our productivity can increase. And if our productivity increases, we'll be converting much less forest for agriculture, and our forest will remain standing as a carbon sink and a solution to climate change. So yes, we're seeing some, we just need scale.
Okay, and as we wait for governments to act, well, we can't just sit back. We still need to act ourselves. So Patrick, I beg your pardon, Professor, I will come back to you. And of course, as Alice said, nature-based solutions are key. And I just do want you to speak more to that 1 square meter restoration model that the Green Blue Foundation, has implemented. Can you please tell us what exactly that is and how it is working to fight climate change as a nature-based solution? It's on.
Thank you. 1 square meter restoration model. That's a concept, that's a financing mechanism. It is derived from the figures that I mentioned earlier. Like if we take Kenya, 89% arid, semi-arid, and degraded lands. including forest landscapes. That translates to 41.2 million hectares for restoration. And if we look at the budget for restoring that, we did all these calculations. It came to like 43.1 trillion Kenya shillings. And we are like, wow, this one, it's even more than the government budget. So how do we get around to this? So we were tasked by our board. Can you tell us how much it would cost to do a square meter? So we did our calculations, and it's like $3 would take care of restoration per square meter. $3. That's in current exchange rate about 360, 400 Kenya shillings. And this is key, it is critical, because every citizen can actually participate in this. Now, the output of that is now the citizen mobilization or initiative. Basically, the square meter is a mobilization tool for citizens to take charge of the environment or to restore the environment, and it is also a financing model where we now created a platform that people can sponsor or buy tokens to restore 1 square meter. And that's so that every citizen is able to participate in this, not only in the actual growing of the seedling, but also in financing it. So we are saying let people do it themselves. Then we state the other thing that has been talked about is unemployment or lack of jobs. Citizens can actually earn their money restoring the environment, and they also can put money in their pocket. So in this platform, it has a bonus system, whereby when okay, let me say it has two sections. There are people where, if you look at our website, you can actually sponsor the square meters directly, or one of as many as you want at $3 per square meter. But there are those other people who would like to earn some money, or they need an incentive to take care of the environment because of course, their financial poverty issues and that. So that is where the bonus system comes in, that they join GBFA, they buy square meters, and then introduce people to introduce their family and friends, and then they who also join and sponsor some square meters. The minimum is 10 for logistical purposes, 10 square meters, so it's like 4,000 Kenya shillings for anybody to join and participate. And after you bring in 5 people, you earn $50 back to yourself. And then GBFA uses the remaining money for the restoration purposes. And we are starting with public spaces, mineral, especially water catchment areas, for the reasons that we have mentioned.
Right. Thank you. So one key thing is that it really does require everyone, each citizen, to play their part. Yvonne, when it comes to innovations, we are seeing a lot of them in the urban centers. We're not seeing enough in the more arid areas, perhaps for obvious reasons, but what is being done to cascade those innovations to the more vulnerable communities who are ultimately the hardest hit currently by climate change?
Yeah, thanks a lot. Indeed, UNDP this week, I think it was, released a report on mapping the innovation ecosystems, and we found that 45% of innovation centers are actually located in Nairobi. And for all of us, we know that when there's a drought, when there's a flood, Nairobi gets hit. but a lot of the people who are most vulnerable live in our arid and semi-arid lands, live in the poorer areas of our cities, and those are the vulnerable people. So as we talk about innovations, we have to contextualize it in the fact that we are all connected, as Prof said. Climate change causes 3 to 5% losses in our GDP annually. This year we are suffering from a drought, and we have to dig deeper to ensure that the pastoralist communities that live in the arid and semi-arid lands have access to food because they're suffering from malnutrition. So then how do we get them to participate in this conversation? What we are seeing now is models that are bottom-up, empowering citizens at their places so that they can make and design solutions that are within their contexts, and empowering them with the finance to do that. So locally led solutions. What we've seen with this is that citizens have become more empowered to start thinking, how will I, for instance, a pastoralist, manage my grazing system so that I have fodder and pasture in case there's a drought. And so they come up with solutions that are within their context, but they're also empowered with the finance to be able to do that. So locally led adaptation. And so what we've seen them do is participate in decision making, also put together their own financing to be able to participate in this type of solutions. And so this is the models that are becoming more and more popular, even in climate financing trends here in the country. So that's how citizens are now being seen as participants in local innovation solutions.
Okay, and Rashma, I bring you into this now on the topic of financing. As a financial institution, or from the financial services, how are you supporting these innovators and these people who are trying to turn environmental problems into solutions? How are you supporting people to start operating in a climate smart sort of way?
So if I was to summarize what we're doing, it's based on our strategy, which is the Africa Recovery and Resilience Plan. And this plan is based on Africa using its own natural resources to catalyze industrialization in a way that provides social and environmental transformation. As part of that, our focus is, a large part of that is MSMEs. 65% we want of that to be MSMEs. The reason I say it's based on that is we spend a lot of time engaging on that plan. Not just in the region, not in the region we operate in, but internationally. So we did the keynote speech at the Commonwealth dinner earlier this week in the UK. We've done trips to the US. We've done trade missions, Uganda, Vietnam. The driver for all this is, one, get funding channeled through the institution, because a lot of the organizations that we're working with cannot directly access that funding. But they can channel it through us in terms of, one, being able to access it, trying to get the right risk down, so trying to get the right guarantees, the credit guarantees that can back up. But more than that, a lot of the discussions are around bringing the right partners on board, bringing them in country, into the region, so that they can support the innovation processes that are being done. We've had over 2 trips that have been focused specifically around technology and innovation around technology. But the other aspect that we usually negotiate with the funding is technical assistance. And this technical assistance, some of it is directly to the bank, but a majority of it is actually to the customers. So like climate smart agriculture is a big part of it. Some of the things and the partnerships we've been talking about, there's been partnerships around the blue economy discussions, partnerships around the cold storage as well, partnership around getting some manufacturing of batteries, so that we are looking at clean energy. So these are some of the examples of things that we're working with. But we don't just stop there. The other thing that we have is a twin engine model. So we work very closely with the foundation, the Equity Group Foundation, and my colleagues from the foundation are here. What that allows us to do is really what we were talking about before, engage with the end user, the customers, the community, understand the real issues. So the solutions that we're looking at range from your large corporates and your renewable energy and your operating efficiencies, all the way to the clean energy cooking. So that's a big part. Another way we're doing is around the fact that if we are operating with a company that is like a mining company or an extractives company, then we work with them in terms of engaging with the community around, in terms of social, but in terms of what are they doing around environmental transformation. And we are able, through our branch network, to actually reach a large community base that way, to put that communication out. So if you like, we're taking it at different layers in terms of getting the financing, getting the technology, getting the innovation, de-risking, education capacity building, and that's really how we're trying to do more than just provide funding.
Okay, all right, interesting. Thank you. Alice from WWF, there is no way that I can let this conversation end without putting the question to you about what is being done to protect our wildlife from climate change. We have seen right here in Kenya before our eyes over 1,000 animals dying as a result of the drought that is, of course, linked to climate change. So what role is WWF playing in scaling up efforts, but also finding solutions and innovations that will protect this country's wildlife?
I know that is a big question in terms of that, but before I go into that, I did want to re-emphasize the point on locally led adaptations. I really liked that, and the fact that we need to create that, we need to de-risk the investments, because I think there's a lot of money out there that is very interested in investing in Africa, but we're still being seen as a very high-risk environment. And I think I like what Equity is talking about around trying to de-risk those investments. And I do want to call out a new fund, the Irenia Fund by the Rwanda government, that is also doing that on really supporting local innovation and de-risking it. So wildlife and climate change, it is very sad what is happening in terms of the droughts. And I think we need to go back to what other solutions to reduce the impacts of climate change. And of course, there is the mitigation side, where we need to keep our forests standing so that it can sink those emissions. That's important. But there's also the locally led adaptation and really being able to support them. I happen to believe that the solutions for drought exist within the communities that are living with drought more than with WWF as a global organization. But we need to support these communities and to put in place those locally led adaptation measures. Whether it's about how reducing the carrying capacity, whether it's about restoring that rangeland ecosystem so that the cattle are healthier, so whether it's about enabling the migrations and making sure those are happening, whether it's water, boreholes and water for wildlife. There's a lot of, but I actually feel that those communities that have lived in these places for millions of years, that live with this and look after cattle, have the solutions. But we must empower them. We must support them to innovate and put those solutions in place. And that's why I support the locally led adaptation idea that we were talking about. I actually feel like, yes, as WWF, we will continue to advocate for finance. We will continue to advocate for climate change, mitigation and adaptation. But I really think the action and the solutions sit on the ground in those communities, and we must support them.
Okay, well, Patrick, let me bring you into this now, because you, of course, work closely with communities. So in your view, how can people, communities, be empowered to be part of this climate conversation and to find solutions? What needs to be done to empower them? Because for the longest time, climate change seemed like something foreign to many of us until it actually hit hard. And now everybody is feeling the effects of climate change, whether you live in the village or whether you live in Nairobi or the United States. So what needs to be done? How can people be empowered?
Thank you, Smith. One major thing with the tree planting initiative that we have in place is, like, everyone is saying, we don't have enough land. And sometimes the land cover that, somebody wants to plant maybe doesn't belong to him or her. And so that is the challenge, is that you've given me all these seedlings, where do I plant to mitigate? But from my own experiences, you don't actually need a whole, football field to grow your trees. You can start from the backyard. So even if you have a typical residential home size land in Uganda, can accommodate maybe some 2 trees within the compound. But then from there you scale it up. There are communities that, they have community land. So there are policies in place that allow, how to regulate use of resources in that land. So the more resources, the more in terms of money that we would need to put back the damage in place. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Patrick. From where you sit, as you make your closing remarks, I'd like to put the question: hub can be an example to the Horn of Africa as you close.
Yeah, I mean, Kenya has been really an early bloomer on climate technologies in many ways, but that's for Africa. We still lag behind globally. And so for us, we have several lessons that we have to offer, not just the Horn of Africa, I think the whole of Africa and the world. And I think for us, we need to open up our spaces more to share forums like this where we can share our ideas, our lessons, so that they are not made in other countries, and also take ourselves to those countries to share our technologies. But let me close by saying that climate change is not only a technology innovation issue. It needs innovation around our financing models, and I think that has been emphasized a lot. We need innovations around social innovations to change our behavior, so that we also have a value system that really appreciates our ecosystem health. We also need business models to change. And I'll close by saying private sector has invested heavily. You have assets, you have human skill and capabilities that you have. As we face this emergency, it's important that private sector disrupts before they get disrupted. We saw what the pandemic did to us. We can get ahead of this game now that we know what is coming to us. Thanks.
Thank you, Yvonne. Professor, over to you as you give us your last words. Can you also just remind us, because I know your organization focuses a lot on citizens' contribution, remind us what it is that each one of us can do as individuals in our everyday life to fight climate change, without waiting for the government, without necessarily planting trees, although that is very important. But aside from that, what else can we do?
Thank you. In terms of citizen participation, we have initiatives, and these are focused to what people can do even as individuals or as a family. Number one, we have the trees for birthdays. And it happens like today, actually, one of our board members, Caroline, is having a birthday, and we propose to plant some seedlings here in Karura. Will be shown where.
Happy
to
birthday.
Celebrate her birthday.
Caroline, where are you?
Yes.
There you go, in the pink. Happy birthday. What a great way to spend the day.
Yes. Then we have trees for celebrating for mothers. Trees for mothers, it was mentioned yesterday. Then we have Youth Conservation Corps, or Youth Corps for Conservation. It's a youth movement where youth participate in growing trees. We also have trees for men. Men traditionally have been the custodians of the environment and the value chains that come from that. We have that program too. We also have the trees for corporates, or by corporates, for their CSR and carbon footprint. And we also have alumni trees, or doing trees where you graduated from and all that kind of thing. So these are organized. We are partnering with institutions that are like universities to do that, use the alumni to grow trees. And most important is that GBFA is well positioned because most of the people, tree growing is actually not their core business. For us, if you really would like to grow trees, come to us. We partner. We'll do the tree growing for you. We have enough space because we are in partnership with the government and all that. So space is not a constraint. Now, challenges would be the finance, the trick of finance, I'll call it, and then, of course, low awareness of citizens. So our CDI model also involves a lot of education because we have to work with the local communities and educate them on why they are restoring the environment is important and it is their responsibility, and they take it up. So my parting shot, let's do it. We can do it, and let's do it for ourselves and for nature. After all, we are part of nature. When we say nature, we are part of it. We are not outside of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Reshma, to you, your closing remarks, and really what does the future look like when it comes to green financing?
So in terms of the future for green financing, I'm hoping after the COP and all the noise that was made about commitments not being met, that money will actually start flowing. So for example, the Green Climate Fund has made commitments where you don't only have to be accredited as an organization, you could get certain projects accredited. So they're looking at certain ways in which they can reduce the administrative or the access to it. So I'm hoping the future means a lot more money flowing through. Also looking at it being a lot more in terms of not just pure green, but looking at nature, looking at the social elements of it. So really integrating sustainability across the board for a real solution, because we're not living in isolation. So those I'd see as the two big kind of future elements of it. But my closing remark is, we all like innovation, but at the end of the day, if you're a business, the risk appetite is not for everybody. It's only the brave who would actually take it up. And therefore, for the ones who are brave, keep at it. And the way to break through all of that, for me, is really about collaboration and building understanding, that people really understand what it's trying to achieve, what are the risks, how do you de-risk it, coming together parties like the financing, If it's too risky, well, it's got to be a blended finance, whether it's a mixture of commercial, government, plus philanthropic. So it's really collaboration that will really break this in terms. But the idea is it doesn't have to be big and scary. Even small innovations, small changes all make a difference. So we should all just keep at it. And the funding will flow because we keep being told.
Can we hold you to that?
You can hold me to the fact that me and my colleagues will work very hard to make sure that the funds flow. But what we really need is the pipeline also. We need to understand the projects, come to us, tell us what the projects are, because it's with that pipeline of projects that we can actually go out on the back of that and get that. So you have a commitment for us working really hard to get it.
Okay, and that's where the money is. Good to know, everybody. Okay, Alice, finally to you. And Reshma spoke about those who are brave to keep at it. What would your message be as you close to those who are not so brave when it comes to putting up this fight against climate and coming up with solutions, innovations, and scaling what we already have?
I think we are all brave. But I think, of course, the means with which to start to display that bravery may differ. But I've always believed in an engaged society, and I really salute this Ideas Festival because of how many people you're bringing to discuss things. We need to make these things everybody's business. And for me, I believe everyone has a role to play, their own unique role, their own contextual role, informed by where they sit. You know, as they say, everything is from where you sit. And so I believe that everybody has a role to play. Let's bring everybody in. Let's engage our society. Let's engage our citizens. Let them hold their governments accountable. And let's not leave this conversation only in certain spaces. Let's have it in every spaces. But most importantly, whatever we do, the solutions are local. Let's provide that environment for locally led solutions and really, really promote them to the top. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Alice. Much appreciated. Thank you so much to all my guests who have contributed to this conversation on climate innovations and solutions. We've had Dr. Patrick Omeja, the field manager at the Biological Field Station at the Makerere University in Uganda. Thank you. Alice Rueza, the African Region Director at WWF International. She joined us virtually today. Professor Mbabu Matthew, the CEO of the Green Blue Foundation. Also, Yvonne Nyokabi, a climate change specialist at UNDP, and Reshma Shah, Director of Sustainability at Equity Group. Thank you all so much. Much appreciated. I'm Smriti Vidyarthi. Thank you for staying with us on this session. I think I'll invite my guests for a photo as Larry then takes over. Thank you. Let's give the guests a round of applause.
Thank you very much for that session. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are going for a short break. No, actually a longer break than the previous one. I definitely hope that at least we have got some interesting takeaways the entire morning session. In the afternoon, we are going to be talking about matters climate change, water, and resources, which is a very key one as well. And then we are going to be finally closing it up with voices of hope, because it's not all gloom and doom. We've been told that there's some positive things that we are doing. We're doing some things right. So we also need to celebrate that before we close the day. So thank you very much. We're going to be joining you exactly, we can say it is 1:30 now. We'll be back seated and ready for the next session at exactly 2:25. We can agree on that? Thank you very much. So even if you're joining us online at 2:25, we are back for the afternoon session. Thank you very much.
dance floor night, socialite when Nairobi scene, baby. Would you put me in your diary? In my life, I've never seen melanin so dark. You're a queen of the dance floor night, socialite when Nairobi scene, baby. Would you put me in your diary? She's a heartbreaker. She bend over backbreaker. Steaming hot water vapor. I wanna date her. She's a heartbreaker. She bend over backbreaker. Steaming hot water vapor. I wanna date her. So tell me why you do me so. So tell me why you do me so. Baby, me never let you go. Yeah, me never let you go. So tell me why you do me so. Tell me why you do me so. Charlie, me never let you go. Tell me never let you go. I think I saw you in the magazine, or maybe on TV. Looking me up close when you're queen, you're a queen. And if you know me well, you know I don't kiss and tell, but I want you to myself, baby. In my life, yo, me never seen melanin so dark. You're the queen of the dance floor night, socialite on the legacy, baby. Won't you put me in your diary? In my life, yo, me never seen melanin so dark. You're the queen of the dance floor night, socialite on the legacy, baby. Won't you put me in your diary? She's a heartbreaker. She bend over backbreaker. Steaming hot water vapor. I wanna date her. She's a heartbreaker. She bend over backbreaker. Steaming hot water vapor. I wanna date her. So tell me why you do me so. So tell me why you do me so. Baby, me never let you go. Yeah, me never let you go. So tell me why you do me so. Tell me why you do me so. Charlie, me never let you go. Tell me never let you go. In my life, I never seen melanin body shaking like a tambourine all night. In a me head, you are the melody, baby. In a me head, you are the melody. In my life, I never seen melanin so dark. You're the queen of the dance floor night. Such a light, one Nairobi scene, baby. Won't you put me in your diary? Heartbreaker. She bend over backbreaker. Steaming hot water vapor. I wanna date ya. Yeah. She's a heartbreaker. She bend over backbreaker. Steaming hot water vapor. I wanna date ya. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, yeah. You got it all going on with your body. You got it all, baby. Your papa Uganda, your mama Burundi. My African star, baby, na umeumbwa ukaumbika. Yeah, sura shepu na tabia. So baby, tell me what you're into. With your fine face and your lips too. Ooh, and your hair, girl. Team natural, kamisitu. I wanna graduate from a stalker to your lover. I wanna graduate. Oh, 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 oh. You got a lot going on with your body. You got it all, baby. So I told you meet me at the lobby. At the hotel, girl, girl, you know what's going down. Every time I come round, girl, this time I'ma slow it down. Feel like I lost you, girl, but now you found. So don't be surprised when a nigga hold you down. So maybe tell me what you're into. Hold up, let me tell you what I've been through. For ya, my life will be simple. For ya, but anything you say, I do. You got it all going on with your body. You got it all, baby. Your papa Nigeria, your mama Somali. My African star, baby, na meumbwa ukaumbika. Sawa, sawa. Sura shebu na tabia. And your body shakana, Girl, your pretty face and your figure eight, Anna. Your figure eight, Anna. You don't make me face, not a money kuku, oh, nana. Walai tuta, oh, nana. Baby, sit a casa, na. Make her give you banana, na, na, na.
All of us are calling it you. Erika Kability. See the back for community. Erika Kability. Live for money, follow Sisio. Miss opportunity. Lay away, bunny picking. That one opportunity. Chelewa, chelewa, chelewa. Erika Kability. Chelewa, chelewa, chelewa. Erika Kability. Chelewa, chelewa. Chelewa, Erika Kability. Chelewa, 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 Erika Kability. Chelewa, sita chelewa, African time baby, sita chelewa, chelewa, sita chelewa, African time baby, sita chelewa, chelewa, sita chelewa, African time baby, sita chelewa, chelewa, sita chelewa, African time baby, sita chelewa.
I think you fell in love too fast. African nights and a cool rush. And I remember you refused to kiss me. And now you're using my toothbrush. You say you think I talk too much. That I'm not your type and you don't like the hype. Cause your daddy is a preacher. Now you're wearing my t-shirt. And I don't want this night to end before you know I love you. I don't want this night to end before you know I need you. Na muda usini hisia nikwambie I love you. I don't want this night to end before you know I need you. So I'ma keep it short and sweet. DJ play the song on repeat. Odi odi dance to the beat. Apolipo kamatana feel so sweet. Apolipo kamatana feel so sweet. Short and sweet. DJ play the song on repeat. Odi odi dance to the beat. Apolipo kamatana feel so sweet. Apolipo kamatana feel so sweet.
Yeah. You wanna do the right thing, you find this too exciting. Your friends tell you to come mini high risk, throw that shit behind me. Come sit beside me. If you got too much class, then do me like assignments. Please don't remind me of the bad times. Your sugar sweet, your icy, but in my eye, it shouldn't be so hard to make up your mind. Just do it one time for the one time. Itakufaa ukiparticipate. Vile nimejitolea ungejua unge appreciate. Lighting intimate 1+68. Usirasha tukitoka sahi you'll still be late. Tusiache chance ya kufeel regret. How much higher than this can you ever get? In Mount Everest. And by sunrise I'm gone, I'm not here that long. Keep it short and sweet.
DJ play the song on repeat. Odi odi dance to the beat. Apolipo kamatana feel so sweet. Apolipo kamatana feel so sweet. Short and sweet. DJ play the song on repeat. Odi odi dance to the beat. Apolipo kamatana feel so sweet. Apolipo kamatana feel so sweet.
Hii grip ni bed sitter. Na sina kiti soda kalia kitandana. Ikitanda na ni 4x6. Usingizi waponoka uko 6 feet deep. Kabla nizame 6 inch deep. Acha niseti mood na maudi. Na ngoma za kabaka daudi. Na ngoma za Oliver Mtukui.
Getting closer, let's get warmer, lose the tension, be together. I know how to treat you better. Make this moment unforgettable. With this feelings undeniable. Moyo shajipa kwani. Na nafsi imekukubali. Nimekimbiza nyuki nile asali. Oh Lord, I'ma keep it short and sweet. DJ play this song on repeat. Odi odi dance to the beat. Apolipo kamatana feel so sweet. Apolipo kamatana feel so sweet. Short and sweet. DJ play this song on repeat. Odi odi dance to the beat. Apolipo kamatana feel so sweet. Apolipo kamatana feel so sweet.
You wanna wanna do the right thing, you find this too exciting. Your friends tell you kudetum to come mini high risk, throw that shit behind me. Come sit beside me. If you got too much class, then do me like assignments.
Girl, I think you look so good in my oversized t-shirt. Is it pink or is it blue? Ukitaka we t-shirt. All your life misunderstood. Hiyo yote ni maisha. Now they wishing they were you, dancing in my t-shirt. Move your body, move your body. In my oversized t-shirt. Move your body, move your body. In my oversized t-shirt. Move your body, move your body. In my oversized t-shirt. Move your body, move your body. In my oversized t-shirt.
Move your body, get closer. Morning baby looking sexy in my boxer. Sijana siku tulikesha. Iso beshi na room ya monyata osha. Bounce that bam 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 bam. Have you ever danced with a dancer? Don't worry, any chance umepata. Bust down, don't stop, show off. Washa kimoja basi baby ndo to take off.
Don't take it off, I like how you moving, showing me that body. Say what you want, I'll give it to you, yeah. You don't feel like talking. Ooh, you take it down low, bring that back, I wanna see some more, yeah. You know you look so fine, so fine. I wanna see you when you whine. Move your body, move your body. In my oversized t-shirt. Move your body, move your body. In my oversized t-shirt. Move your body, move your body. In my oversized t-shirt. Move your body, move your body. In my oversized t-shirt.
I like it how you move this ass. Inside my Gucci shirt, me na do ukidunga utarudisha. Baby girl you moving fast, ni movie. Nguo zako ziko kete ulisha moving. Na mimi sijui ushakuwa rumi. Unakuwa ngaro juu. French kisses, I'm only telling you bonjour.
I like the way you move too fast. Come baby come, we can take it slower. If you like it, don't make it fast. If I don't, baby come, I don't want this over. Your body on me, come baby come, show me how you play. We can go down night in today. You don't wanna leave, baby, that's okay. Like
Ready or not, here we go. Baby, please don't you leave me. Tell me you're not, tell me you go. I don't wanna live like this, no.
move your body, move your body. Move your body, move your body. In my oversized t-shirt. Move your body, move your body. In my oversized t-shirt, baby. Move your body, move your body. In my oversized t-shirt. Every girl deserves to feel like a star. And I know you are. I know you are. Every girl deserves to feel like a star. And I know you are. I know you are. I know you are when I met you. Nilitamani nikupeleke kwetu. Good vibes and I'm grateful. Hapa nitapanda mbegu. You deserve to feel things you never felt before. Love you like I never did before. You don't know what's in store for you. Melanin and so much more. Heavy is your crown. Heavy is your crown. The way you hold me down. Hold me down. I hope I never let you down, my love. Every girl deserves to feel like a star. I know you are. Every girl deserves to special. I'm ready to give like I never did before. Love you like it's an open door. You don't know what's in store for you. Melanin and so much more for you. Heavy is your crown, and still you hold me down. I ain't gonna ever let you down, my love. Every man deserves to feel like a king. You're my everything. You're my everything. Every man deserves to feel. Every man deserves to feel like a king. You're my everything. You're my everything. My everything. My everything.
Every girl deserves to feel like a star. Deserves to feel like a star. And I know you are. I know you are.
Every man deserves to feel like a king. Deserves to feel like a king. You're my everything.
You're everything.
My everything.
You're everything. Oh, Susanna, I hope you're happy now. I see you flexing on the ground with your sponsor. Susanna, I hope you're happy now. I see you change your skin color and your hair is longer now. Na kuona pale hapo kando ya Champs-Elysees, ukitesa na kamini none of my business. And I see you in London, silicone on your bum, shaking what your doctor gave ya. On your worst behavior, Susanna Banderas. Hello, 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 hello. If you got to hear this song, somebody loves you. Susanna Banderas. Hello, 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 hello. Change your mind and come back home. Somebody loves you.
Mwanamke tabia, shepu ni majaliwa, ila wengi walinyimwa tabia, na shepu kabarikiwa. Mwanamme hisia, pesa ni majaliwa, ila wengi walinyimwa hisia, na pesa kabarikiwa. Na kuona Brazil, hapo Rio de Janeiro, ukiongezewa nywele senje, none of my business. And I see you in China with the latest designer, shaking what your doctor gave ya. On your worst behavior, Susanna Banderas. Hello, 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 hello. If you get to hear this song, somebody loves you. Susanna Banderas. Hello, 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 hello. Change your mind and come back home. Somebody loves you.
Aisenje nakosa usingizi usiku kucha mina dua. Aisenje akilini moyoni bado we wanizuzua. When are you coming home Senje? Tell me are you on your way? Tufe tukipendana Kiromeo na Julia. Aisenje nakosa usingizi usiku kucha mina dua. Aisenje akilini moyoni bado we wanizuzua. When are you coming home Senje? Tell me are you on your way? Tufe tukipendana Kiromeo na
You come here to make plans. Never would it reach this motherland. Whether you come here to rock West, oh, I've been out to find food, oh, everything they oh, ever would it reach this motherland. Anywhere you go, London, USA, nowhere be like Africa, nowhere be like home. Anywhere you go, New York, Chicago, nowhere be like Africa, nowhere be like home. Biko eruya wayo, wayaka, karibu kiti, utapewa nini? Ayayaya, weruya wayo, wayaka, karibu kiti, utapewa nini?
This my African audience will love you. This my African arms, they will squeeze you. Yeah. My African ears will listen to you. My Kenyan legs will run to you. Yeah. Now come on, umekuja ku break down. Umekuja ku get down. Umekuja ku take chance. Hakuna matata eh. Kama umekuja kulipa la eh. Kupiga dance yo. Hapo ulipo eh. Kata kiuno yo. Anywhere you go, London, USA, nowhere be like Africa, nowhere be like home. Anywhere you go, New York, Chicago, nowhere be like Africa, nowhere be like home.
Biko eruya wayo, wayaka, karibu kiti, utapewa nini? Ayayaya, weruya wayo, wayaka, karibu kiti, utapewa nini? Lele. It's an African one. General Atay. Soldier come, soldier go. Your home now your home. Irreplaceable. Anywhere you go. London, USA. Nowhere be like Africa. Nowhere be like home. Anywhere you go. New York, Chicago. Nowhere be like Africa. Nowhere be like home. Biko eruya wayo. Wayaka. Karibu kiti. Utapewa nini? Ayayaya, weruya wayo. Wayaka. Karibu kiti. Utapewa nini? Lele. Africa, Africa, yeah, yeah. Sweet like Panama, baby.
She says she's okay. I don't believe her.
things you do to me, baby. In so many ways you opened up my eyes, and I know that things inside your world could get crazy. Let me in, we gon' be alright. Your love, your blessing, is everything. Your love, your blessing, is everything. Kichwani simenijaza, sidiriki kula penzi imepagawa, imepagawa. Tell everybody how you rock my world, you're so fine. You got me so high, I'm on cloud nine. You're magic, you're so fine. You got me so high, I'm on cloud nine. Easy.
me overreacting, completely caught by surprise. Got me hooked by you, got me crazy by you. Stay till the morning, I hope I'm not too demanding. I don't care about none of them as long as I have your loving, your melanin, your blessing. It's everything to me, your loving, your easy me overreacting, completely caught by surprise. Got me hooked by you, got me crazy by you. Stay till the morning, I hope I'm not too demanding. I don't care about none of them as long as I have your loving, your melanin, your blessing. It's everything to me, your loving, your melanin, your blessing. It's everything to me, your loving, consume my body. 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 It's so fine, it's so high. I'm on cloud nine. Telling everybody, it's so fine, it's so high. I'm on cloud nine. On your side, 'cause I can't explain the things you do to me, baby. In so many ways you've opened up my eyes, and I know that things inside your heart will get crazy. Let me in, we gon' be alright. Your love, your blessing is everything. Your love, your melody, your blessing is everything.
Nataka usikie ngoma guns. Sijui vile utafeel.
Ayaga yaga.
Already sijui vile unafeel. Umezoesha vibaya ndo ujiwezi. Unasikiza jamaa mbaba na very true. Na washika bila kuwavalia navy blue. Malaika na nisho umeweka mapenzi juu. Yeah, rumors za maskando za ulava na lady drama. Na tisteto mali uko na baby mama. Kwa mitandao kila siku ni story new. Bando zako zikiisha utapitwa uspori new. Kapedi nko chini ya waba leo dreads zinafungwa juu. Naishi mali juu kwa anga so daily na enjoy the view. Taka kuona roho chafu, shika do kidogo uone vile utaboa watu. For 10 years amkuwa mnajali mali na lala. Screwdriver yangu ni shimo gani na screw. Mtu mali ameamua hata lala salama kabla hakikisha ameambia watu nyasha na jidu. Sitaki kuona watu wakikucelebrate. Role model na watu wana kuimitate. Omangi peke yako tuna splitty plate. Hatukutrendishe vile tulifanya Jimmy Gate. Industry na mademo nuko show nataka fame. Pengine ndo maana si blending juu. Unaweza tell kuna vile mimi na hawa tuko same. Misi ngombe yako ya grade do. Umezoeshwa vibaya ndo ujiwezi. Unasikiza jamaa mbaya bana very true. Na washika bila kuwavalia navy blue. Malaika na nisho umeweka mapenzi juu. Caps. Standard ya quality sisi hapa. Caps. Indo standard ya quality. Caps. Yeah. Nasikia mkiongea na amua kukaa kimya na unafaka twiga. Au kamjinga ama bounce au unapima. Wazimu na wazima kwa simu na yasima ya mchuzi ndio sina. You can't believe all this bullshit you're reading. You can't be really considering singing. Big fat check for Nyashinsky though. Ataka Mungu pekee haikuwa na video. Ana ngoma 3 pekee tumwitie nini show. Nasikia kwenda ma interview naitisha milioni. You can't believe all this bullshit you're reading. You can't be serious. You can't be anything you wanna be. A drug addict, you drug addict. Nyumba runda bado tu ni fantasy. Listening watu wawili mina king wa South Sea. Mkipenya mnapenya but your eyes can't see. Uko busy tu kwa group tu hating on me. ATO he as a big EGO. He refused to follow me on IG. I'm not voting. God bless you even before you sneeze. It's a free country, you can do as you please. Nikiamka Sunday nijipate on my knees. Nitakuwa nasema sante sio please. Umezoeshwa vibaya ndo ujiwezi. Unasikiza jamaa mbaya bana very true. Na washika bila kuwavalia navy blue. Malaika na nisho umeweka mapenzi juu. No yule wana msema yule. Jina lako na mwita hiyo. Kubali mziki umeenda shule. Na mashosi pia ndo hizo. Nene na soma tunyo. Nene na soma tunyo. Nene na kubata iwe. Nene na sema iwe.
Wakanyagie na slippers.
High heels matimba. Kila aina sneak. Wakanyagie na slippers, high heels matimba, Nike, Adidas, kila aina sneaker kanyagia. Karibasia biz na raia keep distance, story weka insta. Chabidi wametulia tu, wakinilia tu. Niko ndani ya booth kambu, ndani ya kiatu. Na nimepiga luku tu, sijachungulia tu. Na nimevaa matimba juu, na kanyagia tu. Ma stories za upuzi na kanyagia. Kanyagia, kanyagia. Watu jifanya wajuzi na wa kanyagia. Kanyagia, kanyagia. Kome jazwa na kichuki na kukanyagia. Kanyagia, kanyagia. Kumwagia jina yangu chumvi brother. Kanyagia, kanyagia, kanyagia. Ati rumors are spreading. Brother maintain usiamene kila kitu unasomanga kwa mnete. Nikugenje punguza kelele. Kasi necessary si unajua story ya mkebe ikiwa empty nani. Ya tutembezwe kama story involved biz. Punguza kasheshe na wachane na showbiz. Showbiz genje niongeze manoti ndani ya pole. Wakanyagie na slippers, high heels, matimba, Nike, Adidas, kila aina sneaker kanyagia. Karibasia biz na raia keep distance, story weka insta. Wakanyagie na slippers, high heels, matimba, Nike, Adidas, kila aina sneaker kanyagia. Karibasia biz na raia keep distance, story weka insta.
Unabonga sana uchoki kuongea. umejulikana ukosi kwa umbea. Masikio yako kwa stori za jirani tu, macho yako na udaku kamiwani juu. Antena imepanda juu sana, nipigie katu nongea mkwanza tu. Rada mina shughulikia yangu tu, Stevie Wonder kwa vitanda slaliangi juu. Soma stori za ufala uneza kanyagia, kanyagia, kanyagia. Bado shingo za marapa mina kanyagia, kanyagia, kanyagia. Lasia niliona manyoka nika kanyagia, kanyagia, kanyagia. Dui yako atakusoma buda kanyagia, kanyagia, yeah. Cheki rumors are spreading, kasi udaku kwani hatuwezi tunga sentensi. Mdomo zao zinafunguka tuka mfereji, ikifika saa ya insights kupa mchelewi. Upelelezi na tukiongea ukweli, mastori hazitauza bila chumvi kwa mneti. So we kama upendi funga macho usicheki, rasi mambo bana aieleweki. Kanyagia.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are just 5 minutes out from starting the afternoon session. So for those of you who have just cleared the lunch, please join us in the main dome. We're going to be starting in the next 5 minutes. Thank you.
Kukosana na wewe sikutarajia, kuwa mbali na wewe akimeniacha babaya. Kutengana na wewe imenibadilisha sana, nimetamani nilewe akina kunywa na sasa mataambia nini watu Regina. Haya mapenzi yalinoga na kumbuka tulipeana majina. Leo baby kesho tomato, mitandao ikaleta fitina. Ukawa uambiliki na mikichwa changu na kikavimba, nikawa sisemezeki. Inauma, inauma lakini nitazoea. Inauma, inauma lakini nitazoea. Hali ya mwanaume duniani ni kuzoea, hali ya binadamu duniani ni kuzoea. Ndio nashindwa. Densi oh densi, densi tulikamata hadi usiku wa manane. Kesi oh kesi, kesi tukakubali tutapendana milele. Nyimbo, nyimbo, nyimbo tulizopenda za Kamisi, oh kamisi, kamisi na baika uliwacha na nusanga ndio nilale. Oh yo yo, tutaambia nini watu Regina? Haya mapenzi yalinoga na kumbuka tukila bata na bia. Pate after pate, shetani gani alituingilia, akatuweka asanda, hilo vito palimenifikisha. I'll never love another na inauma lakini nitazoea. Inauma lakini nitazoea. Hali ya binadamu duniani ni kuzoea. Hali ya mwanaume duniani ni kuzoea. Ndio nashindwa. Inauma lakini nitazoea. Inauma lakini nitazoea. Hali ya binadamu duniani ni kuzoea. Hali ya mwanaume duniani.
Okay, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Just requesting us, all of us, to just assemble at the main dome. We are going to be starting the afternoon session, talking about climate change, water, and resources. And I'd like the panelists for this particular session to get ready. It is going to be moderated by Rita Kanya, news anchor and reporter, NTV Uganda. And for this panel, we are going to have Professor Christopher Gordon, who is going to be joining us virtually from Ghana, and is the founding director, Institute for Environmental and Sanitation Studies, University of Ghana. Also joining us virtually is Engineer Shimon Tal, Chairman of Water Resources Management, Water Supply and Sanitation Sector of Israel. And here we will have Dr. Olaka Lydia Atieno, lecturer at Technical University of Kenya. And also we have Eric Naivasha from Equity Group Foundation, Associate Director, Energy and Environment. So if the panelists could kindly just take their positions, and requesting everybody else, please, if you've completed your lunch, just join us in the main dome so that we start on time and finish on time. Thank you very much.
Najua nitasound kwa madreba juzi walai. Nilipanda matatu na train na siuzi mayai. Nimetoka mbali aise na si shirongai. True story. Leto si mtarudiana lakini hatujaiachana tunarudiana kwa nini na majaliwa inshallah mimi na vijana wawili tutazidi sana kando na kukosana niamini tusipimani akili mimi na kicha waambie wache kujichokesha ulimi mimi ndo teacher yenyewe mazee watacha lini kujichocha juu ni clear tukisimama ona mimi mimi una prefer yeah aminia oh na 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 oh na 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 oh na 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 fulani eribaki mteja tu au kitoka ni achange kwa keja tu najua ikilia ni mtu anataka favor tu kila conversation ni ka deja vu maisha imejana watu fake si uongo na visu za kunidunga nikiwageuzia mgongo washa says ndakafunga sawa na nyemelea siwezi afford kumwaga unga najitegemea
Can we test the microphones? Let's test the microphones.
Mic check 1 2.
Okay.
Mic check 1 2.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Try to tilt this way so that the body is this way, but then you can't face the audience.
No, I
Just
think I'll
on your
keep
head.
the body. I know
So our other delegates who are still in the lunch tent, please, if you're done, kindly join us in the main dome so we get started. We are starting to run a bit short on time, so if we can be seated in the next 1 minute, that would be fantastic. Thank you. Sound, if we can test the podium mic.
Testing. We're good? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Oh.
Thank you. Just to confirm that 2 people are going to be joining us virtually. Tech. 2 people joining us virtually. Okay. Sure.
Since I haven't had lunch. Thank you. Well, we could.
Okay, so welcome everybody. We are going to the next afternoon session. And in case you were not here yesterday, we just made an announcement that if you're seeing a paper with a QR code on the table, if you scan it, you're able to access the newspaper, the Nation e-paper for at least a month. So you get 1 month free subscription. So if you haven't done that, you can do that and take advantage of this free offer for the entire month. And once again, we are going to be having the same session. We're going to be getting a roving microphone, so in case you've got any questions, please don't hesitate to put them down. And try to be as engaging as possible so we can find solutions. We're looking towards the solutions. The problems, we've identified them. If you have a suggestion that is oriented toward a solution, please, we are very willing and eager to hear about that. And then finally, in case, I can see people taking very fantastic selfies, please don't forget to share them. The hashtag, you remember the hashtag? You forgot the hashtag. What is the hashtag? Kusi Fest 2022. Yes. So please take as many pictures as you can. Find as many citations and as quotations as you can from this particular panel. And then, just put them there. And if you have ideas and suggestions, ask the audience who are not here with us. They're joining us either on NTV Live or via our YouTube platform. So you can also get to hear some of the ideas that they have from out there. So asanteni sana. Once again, just asking us to let's manage our phones. If you can put them on silent, don't completely switch them off. We ready? So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome for this afternoon session. We are going to be having 2 panel discussions, and the first one has to do with issues of climate change and then water and resources. And of course, Rita is joining us. She was here yesterday. She followed the discussion, and I'm very keen to find out if she's going to tie in her topic on water resources with what we learned from yesterday. Rita, karibu sana, welcome.
Thank you, Larry. Larry, I do know that you've had some lunch.
I've had a lot of lunch, I think.
Well, Larry, from what you had, did you have some fish?
Yes, I did.
You did?
Yes.
Are you worried about fish being a resource that might disappear altogether with time, or the quality of fish that you're eating?
Actually, the funny thing is this. I saw another report that was done a couple of months ago, if not weeks, on Lake Victoria. And one of the interesting things is I heard for the first time about fish suffocating in water because of lack of oxygen. And that's a big thing. It's a real thing. And by the time we solve this problem, I'm scared that we might be too late, that we cannot be able to produce fish in our own region.
Yeah, but the good thing about the conversation that we're going to be having this afternoon and that we've been having throughout the past one day and part of today is that we're finding responses to such stories and also solutions that hopefully each and every one of us has a part to play. And if we do the right thing, we might have another story to tell that the fish survived.
Looking forward to that. So maybe you introduce us to your panel.
Okay. Well, good afternoon to everyone that's joining us. I am Rita Kanya once again. And one thing that I want to tell you, we've had Larry share a story, but a report that came out in 2021, the State of the Climate in Africa report, put a special focus on water. Now, high water stress is expected to affect about 250 million people in Africa and is also expected to displace up to 700 million people in the next 8 years. Those 700 million people, we're not sure. It could be any of us here today. It could be anyone that's watching online or who's also joining us on air. But the conversation here might just change and turn this around. Now, 4 out of 5 African countries are unlikely to have sustainable, manageable water resources still in the next 8 years. And when I say 8 years, it's 2030. For a long time, 2030 seemed like something so far off, but it's down to a single digit, 8 years. So one of our speakers yesterday, I have been following the conversation, mentioned how she missed a stream that she once saw in her village. I come from Uganda. On the way to the airport in Entebbe, you will see that Lake Victoria, what used to be a shoreline that our parents took us to as a beach, is just a water level that even I am afraid of putting my toe into because I'm not sure how deep the water is now. Lake Victoria is flooding in some parts. And that's just part of what I see on a day-to-day basis. But what is happening all over Africa is not beautiful, but it can change. And we are going to change it. I believe it's all of us doing something. So global warming and its climatic upshot is threatening Africa, its coastal and its marine regions, its water resources, its economies. Now, those economies include fish, which is also happening. The numbers are declining because of the rising temperatures. Now, joining us to find a smart way forward, we've just had a panel before this was about solutions and innovations. We're going to try and perhaps discuss with the 4 panelists that I have a smart way forward. Joining us physically, we have Dr. Lydia Atieno Olaka, who is a senior lecturer at the Nairobi Technical University in Kenya. Seated next to her, we have Mr. Eric Naivasha, who is the Associate Director, Energy and Environment Equity Group Foundation. You're most welcome. And now joining us virtually, we do have 2 speakers. We have Professor Christopher Gideon. He's joining us from Ghana, and he is a founding director, the Institute of Environmental and Sanitation Studies, the University of Ghana. Now joining us from Israel, we also have Engineer Tal Shimon, who is a former water commissioner from Israel. You're both most welcome. Now getting us into the conversation, Dr. Lydia, you have over 11 years of experience when it comes to taking a look at projects, some of which have to do with the impact of climate change and the variability of water resources. Over these past 11 years, Dr. Lydia, what are you seeing? How is climate change affecting our water bodies?
Thank you very much for inviting me, and thank you to the Nation Group. Yes, when you look at Africa, and especially here back at home in East Africa, we can appreciate that we do not have one climate. We have a range from the semi-arid to very humid areas, so areas that are receiving less than 200 millimeters of rainfall to those that are receiving 4,000. So those are really humid. And with that, with the rainfall, the distribution of water resources is also in line with those particular climatic or rainfall patterns. So, for example, like in the western part of Kenya, central, western, and towards Uganda, that is very humid. And there are a number of lakes, and we also have a lot of rivers there that people are relying on for various ecosystem services. But also, the other thing that we have to appreciate is that we have the East African Rift that has quite a number of lakes. The eastern arm of the rift has at least 10 different lakes of different sizes. However, most of them are saline and are not for domestic consumption. So they support many of the wildlife or the parks that we have in the area. And then when you go to the western arm of the rift, which is on the other side of Uganda, all the way towards Tanzania, we have the large lakes, which have quite a lot of biodiversity, and they're also fresh, and they're able to support quite a significant economy. So there are natural water resources, the lakes, the rivers, and the mountains are very important. We have several water towers that are the source of many of the rivers. And if you are to take a case in point in Mau, which is in western part of Kenya, this supports almost 7 different lakes within the region. And so there's a tight connection between the land use and the climate and also the water resource distribution in various parts of the region. And this also brings into point the issue of transboundary, because some of these lakes that we have in your country, the water tower or the source is in a different country. So we have to recognize this as well, that we are talking about a resource that does not only respect the administrative boundary, but it's coming from a different area. So we sort of need to recognize this interconnectivity that we have with the water resources.
So when you talk about that interconnectivity of the water resources, in some areas, some are drying up. In the other areas, something totally different is happening. The extremes, what do you see?
Yes, we see these extremes quite a bit. As you mentioned, in the last couple of years, I think from around 2010, 2013, we've seen a rise in an increase in lake levels, especially along the rift, Kenyan, East African rift, all the way from Ethiopia down to northern Tanzania in the Manyaras. We've seen the lake levels increase. In some cases, between almost something like about 40% to some cases up to 70%. So the shoreline has actually regressed and taken up quite a bit of land, yeah? So there are people who are suffering from flooding in one area. And in other areas, we are experiencing droughts as well, yeah? So as you can see, when we talk about water resources, we have these two issues at the same time. And it is important for us to be able to start conversations that really are targeted to specific catchments and also be able to identify what are the specific needs of certain areas. If you go to northern Kenya, there's a drought currently. If I go to Lake Victoria region, the people are flooded and they are also experiencing problems with the water there this particular time. So the conversation we need to have now is how do we come up with solutions? First, we need to understand what is going on. And then we come up with solutions that are able to meet this particular challenge that we are experiencing.
Okay, well, when you say we understand what's going on, as we try to understand, we're going to be bringing on Professor Gordon from Ghana. Now, when we look at Professor Gordon, if you could just join us now, bring you in. You have also been a part of a number of studies, taking a look at the water resources and water as well. What do you see? How is climate change affecting these water resources and water?
Thank you very much for the opportunity given me. And I'll continue from where Dr. Olaka, has ended. The problem is basically either too much water, too little water, or water that is too polluted. And in each of these three domains, you have direct impacts in the resources of the water. That is that biota that lives in the water. I'm very glad, Rita, you started off with this issue of the number of people under water stress, and that is the current number, the 250 million. And in 8 years, the number of people who will be impacted is going to go up to close to 1 billion. But the fundamental link between renewable water and climate change in terms of rise in temperatures, for every 1 centigrade rise in temperature, you have a 20% drop in renewable water. Now, as many countries are already under water scarcity and water stress, with increasing populations, this is going to have severe impact. That is the water as a resource itself. When you go into the resources that are contained, both in the fresh water and the brackish water that we have, that means huge impact on the amount of resources that humans can draw from it, mainly being fish. But it doesn't stop at fish. It goes beyond a fish, it goes into the communities of organisms that live in water that contribute to our lives. I'll give you just one example, then I'll end. If you look at mosquitoes, the greatest predator of mosquitoes are dragonflies. And it's estimated that one dragonfly consumes up to 1,000 or 2,000 mosquitoes, depending on the species of dragonfly, per day. If you disturb our freshwater systems and create habitats that can no longer support dragonflies, the mosquitoes can breed in old car tires. You have removed the predator of the mosquitoes, then we have problems of dengue, problems of malaria, etc., etc. So everything is tightly woven together. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Gordon. Now, Eric, you're joining us here. You're not a scientist per se, but you're someone who is providing a solution through the Equity Group for a number of communities that have been impacted by what we're talking about this afternoon. What do you see when you go to the communities?
Thank you very much, and thank you to Nation Media. And this is a very important topic and very timely because, and I'll start where the professors ended, that this thing is so intertwined that when you talk about climate change, then water resources is at the middle of everything because water speaks into food security. Professor has spoken about health. Water scarcity or more of it speaks into health issues. I estimate that the next conflict in our communities, in the region and in Africa will be about water scarcity. Communities fighting for a scarce resource. And this is what we are seeing on the ground. And we were told in the last panel that was here, I can't remember the panelist, that human beings can survive just a couple of days without water. And when I look at this room, I see a lot of bottles of water. I'm sure we consumed quite a bit of water since yesterday. Our economic activity, whether it's industries, value addition, they are driven by a commodity called water. So water is so central, and when you connect climate change to water, then we are staring at a catastrophe because of that interconnectedness. And we are beginning to see this. We are beginning to see food production going down because of water, or water that is contaminated. We are beginning to see conflict in communities because of water, grazing lands, and all that. And therefore, when we bring this topic of water, where we start as equity is at the very basic level. That family that is want to survive the next day and they want to grow their food, how do they get water? That cow that is about to die, I was told the other day that the cows that we are seeing on television and next to the Nation Media for highlighting this, they don't die because of lack of food, it's dehydration. Cows can survive in 2 months without food, but they cannot survive a couple of days without water. So how then do we work with our communities to make sure that they have sufficient water? And not just to have some sufficient water, is how they utilize that water. So we bring the element of water efficiency. How do you utilize that water? So we run programs around water harvesting and storage. And in the last year alone, we've installed capacity of about 100 million liters of water storage to our communities. And we crowd in partners, we've crowded in partners that are able to work with us, and de-risking partners who are able to de-risk the clients so that they're able to borrow to increase their water storage. Because you're seeing now with climate change, then rainwater is becoming also scarce. It's coming, 2-3 weeks, there's no rain, like you can see. But then how do we increase our storage capacities in such a way that during drier periods, then communities have some water that can make them survive, and that they can irrigate their land, they can feed their animals. So that's one area. The second area is also looking at the underground water. Another area that we are making significant investment with our partners to bring underground water is available in areas where it's available. Then it comes the issues of how then do you desalinate, because we've seen a correlation between the quality of the underground water with food security, for example. So desalination technologies, they're expensive, and that's why we need to discuss a little bit more in terms of the financing model for desalination of water. The other thing, of course, I was talking about is water efficiency, to make sure that when communities store water, whether it's in dams or shallow wells and all that, how then do you use that water efficiently? And that's why we're financing and training our farmers, even moving away from drip irrigation to technology like the variable rate irrigation systems that have moisture sensors that only release small amount of water to the crop when the moisture contents become low. And that's now you're utilizing water efficiently. And we're also working with the builders and all that. And yesterday there was a very interesting panel here on that was talking about smart cities and green buildings and all that. Because that's the other area we're investing significant to make sure that our buildings are consuming as little water as possible. So the one that you have stored can take you a little longer before the next rain comes. So the solutions have started at the household level, at the business level, even before we look at the global level, how do we increase water security. The urgency now is adaptation at the local level so that we assist our households and our farmers.
Well, thank you. Now, when you talk about the ability for us to manage what we have as we try to get more, and also to give those who do not have, what you're mentioning is the small scale. But could it be possible that each and every community within Africa could be able to have this? Well, we'll have Dr. Lydia tell us about the response and the possible solutions to the particular catastrophe that Eric is mentioning that we might see coming our way.
Thank you very much. Just to continue on with what Mr. Naivasha has said, there is a need for water to be stored, as he has mentioned. And there are various ways of storing water, especially to absorb the shock whenever there are these droughts. Yeah? And there are a range of ways in which can be used. One key example, of course, is the rainwater harvesting, whereby you have the container when you have a roof. But in some homes or some rural areas, we know they have either grass thatched or some grasses, and it's really, or plastic, and it's not really easy to capture water from the roof with these kinds of traditional houses. So there are different ways in which you can have these sort of rock catchments that are able to collect water and store them, either by having a storage facility in the ground, but also another good way that is also used is basically to try and replenish the aquifers. So basically the rock, the water-bearing rock that is underground that we are getting water from, in the dry areas, we are actually taking more or faster than they can replenish. So it is important to carry out this managed aquifer recharge, yeah? And this is a technology that is already out there at different scales. There are the simple ones, but we also have the highly engineering, those that require a little bit of engineering to be able to carry out. But of course, for this again, a lot of research also needs to be done because it has to be targeted to the rock type of that particular area. So we would like to encourage a lot of, financiers to put in some money in the R&D so that we can be able to specifically pick out areas which can be recharged. And this water will be there, especially with the groundwater. It can actually be there for a longer time. And it could also help with the dilution, because if you're using rainwater, it can also help with diluting already salinated water that we get in the drylands. And with that, the levels of salinity and many other things are reduced. So it's such a good technique that can be used to do that.
Now, one thing that you have both mentioned, just in this small space of time, is the need for the money for this particular, for what we want to see happen. In Israel, what you mentioned, the aquifer recharge, is already, it has happened, it has been a success there, but it is not the cheapest thing. And a number of solutions that are being discussed. Yes, we may say as an African continent, we want money to be put on so many different sectors, one of them now being water. It's a very important conversation, as the speakers have highlighted. Engineer Talmon Shimon is joining us virtually, and he was a former water commissioner in Israel. Between 2000 and 2006, he was able to have and leave behind a thriving water sector there. And we'll just bring him on board because, as we have, maybe I have mentioned and they have mentioned, the aquifer and a number of these things are going to require money. The sacrifice was made, but Tal would like us to take us through what it meant, what it took for you to get to this thriving water sector that we now see in Israel and do talk of. I think, Tal, your mic might be muted.
Sorry.
Yes, now we can hear you.
Thank you very much, Rita. I enjoyed very much to listen to the other panelists. In Israel, we are very concerned, as everybody around the world, because of the global warming and the effects on water resources, the trends, the effects of the global warming on the water sector, and of course the consequences about agriculture, etc. And you know, whoever deals with water management knows that we are working under a lot of uncertainties. How much will be the population growth? How much will be the water consumption? What the size of agriculture that we need in our country and other places? And of course, the international agreements about water, you mentioned it before. And on the top of it, we have now the uncertainty that is connected to the global warming. And you know, experts are telling us that there is a very severe effect of the global warming on our water resources. And they said to us that within 40, 30, maybe 50 years, we will have less precipitation of 10%, maybe 15%, and it will affect the water resources by less of 20% or so on. But it's a long-term effect on the management of the water sector and the water resources. But what is happening this afternoon and maybe tomorrow morning? If you look at some data about many countries in Africa and in the Middle East, you can see there are countries with renewable freshwater resources of 3,000 to 4,000 cubic meter per capita per year. But the withdrawal and the use of the water is not more than 2 or 3%. Even in dry areas that you have about 100, maybe 300 cubic meter per year per capita, the withdrawal is only 15%, maybe 30%. So And if you take into account how many people are lucky to get a safe water supply, it's about 60%, maybe in some countries 80%, and much less for sanitation services, 20 to 40%. So, and now every year, you know, it's in Israel, we have a population growth of 1.8% that needs water, that needs food, etc. And I don't know what happens in Africa, but I think that it's more or less the same. Now we have a lot of water resources. We use only a small amount of water, and there is lack of water, reliable water supply, and lack of services. This is the situation today, and we cannot blame the global warming on the everyday problem that we have to tackle in the water management. So I think that we need to build a sustainable water management in each country that we will be able to solve the everyday problem. And after this, we will be able to solve also the global warming effect on our water resources. You know that in Israel, we invested a lot of efforts in order to build a sustainable water management. We made a lot of reforms. Some of them were very painful reforms. People had suddenly started to pay much more for water and for the services. And at the end of the day, we build such a management that can tackle every problem in the water sector that is rising. For example, during 2012 and 2017, we had the most severe drought period in Israel. Nobody felt there is no water in the tap. You open the tap and you add the water. Farmers could irrigate their field and had a reliable water supply. It is because we began to manage our water sector on a sustainable way and on a reliable way and under very sustainable principles that enable us to do it. So personally, I think that advanced water management can solve the problem of today and also can tackle with and deal with the future problems or the coming consequences of the global warming. And if I have time, I can tell you a little bit what Israel was doing, but it's up to you, Rita.
Well, Tal, there's no time, but we can definitely pick your mind on one thing. In 2000, what you mentioned, the success story going through a drought from 2012 to 2017, all came from 2000 when you had to ask for that money, the financing for this advanced system that you were able to put up. How easy was it? How hard was it?
One of the most important principles in water management is the financial sustainability of the water sector. Water sector cannot compete on a part of the national budget with security problems, with education, with transportation, with health, etc. So we need that the water tariffs will be based on the real expenses. So this is the way to motivate the water sector and to do whatever is needed. Tariffs should be according to the real expenses. Of course, when you start very huge water systems in your country, you need also the help of the government. This is for sure. But we have to reach to a point when all the expenses will be covered by water tariffs. And this is also will create the atmosphere for the private sector to come and to invest, because they will feel secure to receive the money back from the water tariff. And I think that this is a long way. It cannot be done in one day, especially in places where people are not used to pay for water. But this is one of the main principles that every country should act in order to receive, to fulfill this principle.
Thank you, Tal. Now, it's no secret that my eyes are now going to turn and give my next question to Eric. When it comes to financing, when he mentions if we can join with the private sector, knowing the returns that will come in the long run.
Thanks. And I think Professor has really said it, because the problem we have in this region when it comes to financing water infrastructure is what we call non-revenue water. And that is what Professor was talking about, the tariffs. There's so much water, but very little get paid for. So in terms of investment, then from a private investor who wants to come and invest, take a loan, invest in water infrastructure, then that's the bridge we need to. And that's what Israel got so right. They reduced their non-revenue water significantly so that the private sector can come in and invest, and they know they can get their money back. But following up on your question then, what we are lacking then is enough investments in water infrastructure. You spoke about areas with good supply of water. Then you have other areas with low water. So the water is there, but it's not available. I normally say water is everywhere other than from your in the tap. How do we harness that water? I lived in a country one time where, very dry country, and they had an integrated water collection system, and they used to collect billions of cubic meters of water from the roads. The roads are built in such a way that all the runoff from the road goes into a reservoir, is treated, and comes back to a house. And you could stay there for 4 years, it rains once, and they have enough water to take the country forward, whether it's in industries, in your farms, and in your... So it's lack of investment. There's underinvestment in water infrastructure. And this is where the government needing to help us in reducing non-revenue water. Technology needs to play, a point. We've seen our technologies that attract, investors who are coming, even in the bank, to look for money, to invest in water technology that reduces non-revenue water, so that make sure any water that flows through a pipe, somebody pays for it. Somebody pays for it. It can be free in your tap, but there's somebody who is paying for that water. That's why we're going to see even banks, we're going to see private sector, we are going to see public-private partnerships coming through to increase water infrastructure in this country, including desalination of water, because we still have a lot of water in dry areas, but cannot be used. Doesn't help anyone. You go to other countries in Southeast Asia and all that, you find 90% of their water comes from underground, and they have technologies, they have invested. So I think that is what we need to, and it's a partnership. And I think we also need to innovate on the financing models, because we now need to bring in blended finance. We need to have the risking instrument. We have to innovate around the business models around water. We have to look at the public-private partnerships in delivery of water, including PPAs in water. And I like, the government is trying to think through PPAs in water delivery, because, as I've said, there is, and I like what the professor said, let's not blame climate change for everything that we are suffering. We can still manage the resource that we have if we increase our investment in water resource management.
Okay, and speaking of increasing investment, when you also mentioned partnerships, Dr. Lydia, before we jump on to Professor Gordon, you are within the universities. A lot of research is carried out there. There's also possible partnerships there. to help in financing and also making sure that perhaps this scarcity that we talk of or we see coming our way could be averted?
Yes, I think what is really important for the universities is to get some funding. And most of the problems that we have that we want to solve around the water sector, we will not be able to solve them if we do not understand them. One of the key things that we have to recognize now is that we are living in the Anthropocene. Basically, humans have impacted everything. And even the water that we are talking about, it's polluted quite significantly. We are here in Nairobi. No one can drink this Nairobi water from here to at least 200 meters downstream. It's totally polluted. So we are looking at two things. There's the climate aspect that is going to either increase exacerbate whatever we are having, but already it is polluted and it's continuing to be polluted. So these are two things that we have to look at the same time. It's not the natural water that we had before. So I'd really encourage a lot of, especially if they're, just to encourage the private sector together with the government to increase financing for research activities in the university. So for example, if a bank is interested in carrying out something or putting up some water pan somewhere, why don't they partner with the researchers carrying out water and they're within the universities so that we can understand that system better? Because in many of the places where some of these dams or open pans have been done, we end up having some pollution issues and many other things that come up after they have done that. So I think R&D is really important going forward, not only because of climate change, but also just because we still do not understand many of these areas. And we receive very little grants to be able to carry out research. And as it was said here before, much of the financing or the grants that we receive at the universities are normally from the outside. And so somebody else sets the agenda. It would really be good when a company knows that it wants to increase water in a certain area, partnering with some of the, mainly the research institutions, would be much more beneficial because we'll have that information. Another key thing that goes hand in hand with that is monitoring. There's quite lack of data or monitoring in many of the water resources. Like if you wanted to find out how much water is flowing through a certain river or level, just like getting to know the sub-daily changes within our water system, we really do not have this. We have very few, as much if you are to count all of them, we have very few within the country, though if you look at Kenya compared to some other parts of Africa, you find that they have much less. But there are two key things. Monitoring is important. Monitoring the climate, the weather, the rainfall, temperature changes, humidity, all those things, and also monitoring the water resource, the surface, and also in the ground. Then that way we can really understand what is going on. Because if you want to project the climate, even of a place like Kenya, we have such a diverse topography. You are in a cool area in Timau, you drive down 25 kilometers and 50 kilometers, and you're in a totally arid area. And now we are using a weather station in a wet area to try and understand what is going on in the dry area. So monitoring is not at the level which we need it to be at to help us to understand how this system is so that we can be able to project the future.
Okay. Now another thing that we need to look at is the mindset. Professor Gordon, just to bring you back here into the conversation, you have been a part of different policies that have been crafted and created, one of them being the one of climate change policy of Ghana, one of the best, arguably, within the continent. But you're a firm believer that as much as there's policy, there's also a need for a change in a mindset. If we have the right mindset, we'll have the government on board, we'll have the private sector not being needed to be reminded perhaps there's a profit here, but seeing before even the profit, this is what the community needs. Professor Gordon?
Yes. You know, one of the things that we are good at in Africa is writing documents. What we fail to do is to implement. Currently, we have a document, a very good document, called the African Water Vision to 2025, which is just 3 years away. And when you look at the content of that document, they talk about something called water wisdom. As far as I know, wisdom comes from the mind. So it is the mindset that we need to change. We need to change the way we look at water. We are used to having free water, and we've had situations where people have got pipes in communities near rivers, and the argument is, I've always fetched from the river. Why should I bother to take water from the tap where I have to pay? Not recognizing the difference between treated water and raw water. So we need to change the way we look at water. But remember, this conversation is taking place in the context of climate change. And one of the things that has been emphasized over and over again in the IPCC reports is that climate change is going to be a magnifier of all the ills, all the challenges that the developing countries face. A report that was released at the COP27 in Egypt talked about how do we look at fresh water and climate change mitigation. That is, how do we use the management of freshwater resources to reduce greenhouse gas emissions? Now, we've been talking about finance. If we can demonstrate by use of integrated water resource management, by use of nature-based solutions, we can have a situation where we can reduce our greenhouse emissions. That means we will be able to qualify for green climate funding. So we have to be a little more ambitious in the way we think, get out of the silos of water resource management, climate change adaptation, climate change mitigation, and try to see that common ground where you have coordination and strengthening of joint water and climate governance. But the fact is, many of our decision makers still do not appreciate the magnitude and the direction that we are heading towards this climate disaster and the water resource deficit. The panelists have already talked about the need to be aware that the next war in Africa may be around water. We've talked about the need and cost of the infrastructure, but you also have to ask yourself, who is benefiting from the current situation where plastic is being used to package water, either in rubber bags or in plastic bottles? Why is the infrastructure not being repaired or upgraded? Somebody is benefiting. And that is because those people have the mindset of not caring about the other people. The people who are supposed to regulate and control such people have a mindset which is very far from good governance. I don't want to use certain words that are often associated with Africa. But if we do the right thing, if we look at the water problem in Africa holistically, looking at the issues of biodiversity, the economics, the technical aspect of it, and most importantly, the culture. If we do not incorporate all these elements together, we are not going to move forward. So the solution that I'm proposing is that we need to improve the water literacy, just as we've been trying to address climate literacy. The water we drink now has microplastics, it has phthalates, it has all sorts of chemicals, novel entities that we don't know the impact they'll have on our bodies. As has been mentioned by Lydia, we need the research, but when somebody is desperate for water to drink, and you tell them don't drink that water because maybe in 10 years' time, your sperm count will go to 0, it's not going to work. So we need to come up with realistic solutions, pragmatic, targeted towards the people who are suffering the most, and try and use these international funding opportunities. Because as has been pointed out by our colleague from Israel, these are things that are very expensive. But I will tell you that the cost of doing nothing now is far, far more than the cost of doing the interventions over the long term. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Gordon. Now, when he talks about being ambitious, wanting us as the African continent to be ambitious, it goes to a thing that is now being discussed and was discussed earlier on in the panel before this, the blue economy. We're going to get into the blue economy in just a bit, Eric. If you have any questions, any comments, we'll be passing the mic around shortly, right after Eric answers this question. This blue economy, you're a champion of it within the Equity Group. Take us through it. For some, they've heard of it. I know about it. Someone within here or online may not know about it, and why it's so important at a time like this when we talk about water and resources.
Thank you, Rita. Blue economy, and I'm happy my colleagues championing blue economy, also in the room, Reshma here. Is how do we harness the resources of the ocean for economic development without endangering the health of our oceans and our water bodies. And when you look at the ocean resources, you start upstream. All the plastics that Professor is talking about end up in our seas, in our lakes. And I think Raleigh mentioned about the death of the fish suffocating in water because of lack of oxygen, because of pollution of the lake. That's what it is. Lack of oxygen in the lake speaks to lack, pollution inside the lake. So, blue economy has the potential to uplift the region out of poverty. The planet is 70% water and 30% land. There is something in there that with technology we can use to grow, to have food security, and to, if you look at countries like Singapore, 60-70% of their GDP is from blue economy, and they have invested significantly in that. So there's something that we can, get from there, and that's what we have said as a bank. We want to, champion blue economy in a significant way, crowding partners, right from restoration of marine ecosystems, because that's important. Looking at the mangroves, looking at in this country, for example, we have the capacity to have 350 tons of fish a year. We do 9. We do 9,000 tons out of the potential of 3. So there's a lot of resources. But then with climate change, with the rising temperatures in the sea, the marine ecosystem is getting depleted. But we are saying we can do something about it, so that we are able to harness the resources of the blue economy. And that is what we are championing in Equity. And we have our whole department now looking at how do we protect marine ecosystems, how do we harness business through blue ecosystems.
Okay. Any questions that we might have from the audience? Okay. You can just start with your name, your question, who it's directed to. There's a gentleman at the back, and then we'll come to the lady right here at the front. We'll take only 3 questions for the start.
Thank you. I'm an environment ecologist at the Wildlife Research and Training Institute. We are talking about water being as a natural resource. And so my question, first of all, I'm not directing it to anyone, but I want to highlight the state of the rivers that are in Nairobi. First of all, I do not think we have any rivers in Nairobi. These are not rivers, but are tributaries to the Athi, Galana, Sabaki River. And all of these streams that are flowing in Nairobi are currently polluted. Climate change is going to affect water, and water is going to be one of the most resource that is going to be fought for. So what is happening right now, we are seeing encroachment on the riparian lands, on the river lands. We are seeing contamination of all water bodies. The Galana Athi Sabaki River has completely been contaminated, and it is sad to see that the water resource cannot be used. It has been rendered useless. And this is happening in even the Rift Valley where I come from. I live. The school is located in Rift Valley. For example, the Lake Naivasha is a freshwater lake, but we cannot even use it for fishing because people say the fish from that lake is contaminated. People cannot use its waters, and they have to dig. They have to have boreholes for water, which is highly fluorinated. So when we're talking about water being a natural resource, we are also talking. Kenya is very particular about asking for money from the European countries. From an environmental perspective, it's right. We call it the polluter pays principle, where the parties responsible for producing pollution should also be responsible for mitigating pollution. But I also think the polluter pays principle should be applied on a local concept. Nairobi too should be put on the hotspot for continuously contaminating all the rivers that are flowing in Nairobi, all the water systems that are flowing in Nairobi are currently contaminated with agriculture, they have low oxygen, and the people downstream are the ones who are being affected. They cannot use the water for farming, they cannot use the water for drinking, they cannot use the water for doing anything, for even feeding their livestock. And this river also passes in one of the most concentrated wildlife area.
Because you're looking for solutions.
Yeah, we are looking for.
Because you've highlighted all the problems that you have.
And
those problems are many. What is the solution? In 30 seconds, what is the solution?
I've heard people talking about planting trees. What I've not heard is about planting, of having grasses. You know, grasses also, for example, the mountain bamboo is one of the grass species that cleans water. Grasses also hold water and enable regeneration of the groundwater.
Okay, so we plant more grass and plant bamboos that purify the water.
Bamboo is also a grass.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We have a lady right here at the front. As the mic comes to her, Professor Gordon would like to respond to you. Over to you, Professor Gordon.
Thank you, and thank you for the intervention that you made. Now, one of the big problems you have in all cities, and Nairobi is one of my favorite cities. The only problem is the altitude is too high for people from Ghana who live at sea level, is that you are converting your soft surface into hard surface. This contributes to the flooding. This contributes to the amount of runoff you have. It diminishes the value of any wetlands you have in the area. So an immediate solution is to have that groundwater recharge through urban wetlands, which not only help with infiltration into the groundwater, but also produce ambience and other ecosystem services. You find that many of the driveways in Nairobi, especially in, is it Ruka? I think that's the Ruka area, are all asphalt or cemented, concreted. You have driveways that allow infiltration of water. Rainwater harvesting, so you don't have that huge amount of water after 2 hours of heavy rain in Nairobi. You know better than I that many of the roads in some parts are impassable. So there are solutions which involve use of nature wisely. There's something we call green architecture, where the architects don't follow the old systems. Sorry, I should be careful. The old systems of architecture, that are traditional systems, were very environmentally friendly. We have now followed Western tradition in what is seen as a or cool the building. So my solution to all of these things is, let us look at what we are doing and move away from the business as usual approach, because that is not working. And this is a problem that the youth among us need to take up, because they are the ones who are going to be suffering in 2050, in 2080, when the climate crunch really hits Africa. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Gordon. Our last question, I'd ask that you be brief.
Thank you, Rita. My name is Sally Chepkorir, and I'm glad to be here. But first of all, permit me to salute the management, the board of Nation Media Group for inviting me here. I'll go straight to the question. Blue bonds are associated with the blue economy and oceans. How are they linked to climate change action and sustainable development?
Okay. Eric, I believe you'll answer this.
Yeah, we're talking now about, green bonds, where you can raise money in capital markets to invest in green initiatives. But when it comes to ocean resources, as you know, oceans have better carbon sinks than even the trees we are planting. And therefore, when we conserve marine ecosystems and rehabilitate our coastlines, when we do seaweed farming, seaweed is a very big carbon sink globally. So when we rehabilitate our marine ecosystems and reduce pollution in our oceans and in our water bodies, and use our resources within the oceans sustainably, and get our farmers to go to the coast and do seaweed farming, which is a very good carbon sink, then we have off-takers globally who are able to get those credits, the blue credits now, because they're coming from the blue economy. And therefore, you're also able then to raise your blue bonds to be able to invest in the blue economy. So, so we have the green bonds, and then we have the blue bonds which are coming into play that allows you to raise capital in the capital markets to invest in the blue economy, and especially in such a way that conserves the health of the marine ecosystems.
Thank you, Eric. Now we're going to bring Tal back on board, and as we wrap up, I want to, since the next panel is all about the hope, I want us to imagine, to all our panelists, let's step away from reality. Let's step away from all the statistics that are pointing us to the next 8 years and what it could possibly be like. The negative. What could possibly be the positive? What kind of African continent would we be seeing if at all we handled water, managed it right, were able to sustainably use it? And what would we, if we're able to treat the water resources, the aquatic life right, what would we see? Tal, we'll start with you. Definitely looking at it from the point of water management. we'll try to get to Tal. I'll start with you, Dr. Lydia. If Tal is there, let's just go to him.
Yes. Thank you, Rita. I think that, water management is not cut and paste. Principles that are good in one place might not fit for the management of the water sector in other places. But I think that in order to gain a very good water management that can deal with all the problems that exist and can also find solutions to the coming effects of the global warming, I think that there is things that should be done in order to advance the management in each region or each country, in order that we will be able to start working on the real problems that we have with water supply and sanitation services.
Thank you, Tal. Dr. Lydia?
I think for the water sector, one of the things that I think really needs to be done is first we have to recognize that water is already facing a number of challenges, one being pollution, and this is increasing. And climate change only comes in to exacerbate this. So for me, one of the key things that I'd really like to see is monitoring of these water systems. And monitoring will help us in a number of ways. One, we would be able to know when the oxygen levels are going down in the lake, and we are not surprised when thousands of fish have died. And secondly, we will also be able to know when a flood is coming, especially if the rivers are monitored at sub-daily level. We can actually tell in advance that in 3 hours the flood will be at this particular point. So basically having a sustainable management of these catchment systems, having transboundary partnerships, of any of the water bodies, and monitoring should go hand in hand with all the other things that we are going to do. And of course, with monitoring, we have to connect this with the research, R&D, so that we can be able to understand the system and explain it, because it will always be evolving as the climate evolves. So we need to be able to understand it at each point as we go on.
Okay. Professor Gordon, I'll throw the question to you as well.
Well, for the best to happen, we need to have capacity. And I've taken all the points that others have spoken about: blue economy, the need for monitoring, the need to have integrated water resource management. But the question is, do we have the people? Do we have internally the capacity within Africa to look at this thing in a holistic and coordinated way over the period? If we do, if we change our mindset in how we appreciate water, if we think nature positive, yes, I think within the next decade, we will see some changes. But there's a lot of negative impetus right now. So to have real change, where we have bent the curve, we talk about bending the curve towards a better and more sustainable system, it's going to take decades, and we have to be realistic in understanding that. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Gordon. Lastly to you, Eric.
Yeah, thanks. I'll just add on what has not been said. I think a couple of things one would wish to see is, the first one is social intervention. And that speaks into behavior change in how we look at water. Because it starts with me, it starts with you in terms of how we use that resource. The second one is technology. I think we need to keep innovating on technology. What I was saying about reducing non-revenue water through technology so that then the private sector can jump in and be able to invest. The other thing, of course, is more innovation in the business models around water, and then financing, innovative financing models around water. And the last thing that one would want to see, because everybody is affected by water, is having all hands on the deck, because everybody is affected by climate change as it affects water. And just to give you an example quickly, the Adi Tana Tower, water tower, there are corporates in Nairobi that came together and said, we are going to rehabilitate that tower, all the way from Abadeas, looking at siltation, looking at how people have enclosed near the river, and planting trees and grass and bamboo, as we've been advised there. So there's corporates that are actually doing that. And even during this dry spell, you didn't see very many rations of water in Nairobi because of the work that corporates are doing in that water tower. So all hands needs to be on the deck to be able to solve this problem. Thank you.
Okay. A special thank you to all our panelists who have been a part of the conversation on climate, water, and its resources. We were joined by Dr. Lydia Atieno Olaka, who is a senior lecturer at the Nairobi Technical University of Kenya. Thank you for joining us. Next to her, she was joined by Mr. Eric Naivasha, who is an associate director, energy and environment at the Equity Group Foundation. Thank you for joining us. And virtually, we were joined by Engineer Tal Shimon from Israel. He is the former water commissioner. And we're also joined by Professor Gordon Christopher, who joined us from Ghana. He is a founding director, Institute of Environmental and Sanitation Studies, the University of Ghana. Thank you so much to you all.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much, Rita, for that engagement. And of course, I know we are very eager to ask very many questions for our panelists, and sorry if we don't get to you on time with your question. It doesn't mean that we don't value your question, we value them very much. We're moving on to the next panel, but I'm going to just ask us if you have a comment, and I'm asking anybody, and it's going to be random, if you can maintain it to 30 seconds, and this is just for me, 30 seconds, because that's the length of a TikTok video. And if you want to get people interested, please keep it short. The length of a TikTok video if you want to attract the next generation. So maybe I ask you, out of this, do you have any comment? 30 seconds when you talk about issues of water resources. What have you picked from that?
Okay.
10 seconds already gone. Okay,
no. Okay. Okay, my name is Peggy Olwalo, and I'm a student at Mount Kenya, and I work with the KAVU and the Climate Innovation Challenge. I'm so interested with the topic of the climate change, water and resources, and I've loved it a lot. So what I've picked from it is we should consider on how we look on our environment and on our water resources. It's so healthy when we consider the water we take in. Yeah, that's all.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. And of course, it's good and encouraging to see many students participating today. We're going to be having the next panel. And I'm going to request them to take their place on stage, even as we continue to take some comments. Now, this panel is going to be moderated by Raymond Mujuni from NTV Uganda, so I'm requesting him to go on stage. And we are going to be having Ms. Bilhan Dirangu, co-founder, Jacob's Ladder Africa, to also go on stage. Joanita Babiri, that is co-founder of Girls for Climate Action. We also have Karen Wanjiru, the young founder of Green Generation Initiative, climate leader, Wangari Maathai Foundation. And we also have Eric Njuguna, climate justice organizer, as well as Elizabeth Wathuti, founder of Green Generation Initiative, climate leader, Wangari Maathai Foundation. This is a very big panel. So kindly go on stage even as we get our last comments. I know there's a lady here who was very eager to at least tell us something. So your name, where you work, what foundation you represent, and maybe a comment from this.
All right, so my name is Madeline Mwithiga. I represent Adapter.Earth. And as the name suggests, we are all about leading projects and breaking all these big lingo into actionable actions for farmers on the ground. So thank you, Nation Media, for organizing this. But I think what's beating in my heart right now is how do we take next year's conversation, or even the immediate next conversations, now to the cooperatives, to the input suppliers like Systema Bio, who is here, and aggregators that are formalized, how do we take the conversations to them because they are squarely in touch with the farmers who need now to know how to break down the research and data language into actual actions. The mama nyumbani, the baba mifugo needs to know, what do I do with my poultry, my livestock, about the water crisis. So that literacy, climate literacy, is a term that I've really liked coming from Professor Christopher. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I like the reference that Baba is always referred to the one who's carrying the mifugo and Mamba nyumbani. You know, we need to reverse those roles, eh? Yeah, we reverse those roles, kidogo. You reversed, eh? Okay. I don't know if you're ready with your panel. Maybe I just get one last comment before we move to the panel. Yes? The length of a TikTok video, like we said. 30 seconds. Name, organization, and then maybe a comment from the 2 days that we've had.
Okay. Kala Molo. I am from Nazarene, African Nazarene University. Well, what I've learned right now is we just have to innovate and get things done. But the best thing I've heard today is about desalinization, because if we can get the water from the ocean, I think we can be sorted.
Thank you very much. So I think I'm going to be handing it over to you. The previous panel, we looked at issues of water and resources. But now on stage, we are going to be looking at, is there hope? Raymond, is there hope?
Thank you so much, my friend, I must say.
Thank you.
That's a very good question. Is there hope? And over the last 2 days, I need to remind you of a very important number. The average life expectancy in Africa is 71 years. And most of our panelists, about 90% of them, are well into the evening of that life expectancy. So the panel here today is in the morning of their life expectancy, so they represent hope. And I'm going to try as much as possible to draw out that hope from each of them. Thank you so much for joining us. Our panel today is going to speak about the voices of hope in the good climate fight and what they're each doing in that hope, in that war. And I think I'll start as a matter of age. I think we'll start by thanking Karen for being on our panel. Karen is 10 years old, and over breakfast, I asked her what she's doing for her birthday, which is tomorrow. She told me she's planting 100 trees, and then she asked me, how many have I planted? And my heart is still sinking at that question. But Karen, do tell us, what does hope look like for you in this future of Africa? What do you imagine in the next 10, 15 years you want Africa to look like in this climate change fight?
My name is Karen. I'm 10 years old. I am a model and an environmentalist. I am imagining if Karura forests just become green and the whole world to become green, it will be, my heart will be so happy, and I'll be so happy, and I'll thank all of you. And I'd like all of you to plant 2 trees in Karura Forest, and let's give hope to Karura Forest, and we hope that it becomes more green. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Karen. Bill, if I could come to you, Karen sets us off really well. She just wants to see a green environment. What's stopping us? What are you doing in that fight to make this more green?
Thank you. So as co-founder at Jacob's Ladder, and to your point, we've heard a lot about gloom and on what climate change is. We do see the issues that climate change brings, but we choose to see the opportunity side of it, where we're saying Africa, and especially its youth, should be at the vanguard of providing solutions as far as climate change is concerned. And so in that case, we are saying we should be providing solutions in terms of what are the new ways to come up with water management. What, are there green manufacturing jobs we should be coming up with? And so the question for us is, how do we unleash that innovation in the African youth? How do we make sure that the African youth have the skills for it? So how do we take this value chain approach to creating jobs within the green economy? And in the process, not only will we change and solve what's happening with climate change, but also create jobs and livelihoods for our young people.
Eric, if you could weigh in on this question too. I know that you do a lot of climate justice activism. What do you see as a representation of hope for the climate change fight in Africa?
Having been in so many spaces where policymakers, governments are coming together to find solutions to the climate crisis, it is very hard to find hope, especially because commitments are not being met in terms of climate finance, but also global north countries are not lowering their emissions, and as a result, climate projections are ever rising, and when you're in that kind of space, it's very hard to find hope. But I find hope because young people across the African continent are rising to take action, literally. From South Africa to Kenya to Uganda, we see young people taking to the streets to demand for action, but also knowing that power is not given, it's taken. And as a result, we see young people vying for office to actually work towards implementing this climate policies and solutions. We see young people leading in the community level, implementing adaptation projects to support their communities who are disproportionately affected by the climate crisis despite having the least role in causing it. African young people give me hope because I work with these young people and I'm a strong believer in the power the youth have to bring about change, and I see it every day through the work, through the young people I work with.
Jonita, tell us about the actions that you're taking. And I know that over the last 5 years, you've done some impressive work in Uganda around climate change and environment justice. What are some of the actions that you're taking?
Thank you, Raymond. It's very interesting to know that there is hope. And also very interesting to know that young people are actually fronting this and giving everyone hope. During the session since yesterday, I was wondering on, before I actually get to what I do, how do we bring young people in the picture, even on the panels? Because there is a lot of expertise that was here yesterday. How about to always get a perspective of young people on each and every panel? Because, well, in the next few years, we'll be the experts, and we want to learn from, the generation that is already older right now. But just to get back to your question, Raymond, I'm Joanita again. I work with Girls for Climate Action. And what we do is mainly climate leadership. We are building a movement of young women and girls that are advocating for climate justice across. And as part of the climate leadership, we are mainly seeing that everyone gets to know about climate change, but also everyone gets to know that they are the solution. And if they get to know about climate change and the solution, then how can they move everybody to the dance floor? And this is what we're doing. So we know that when we get one leader can make everyone, dance to the same tune. And so this is what we're doing, but also we are investing a lot more in climate education as well. I know most of the young people are also doing this, and they're not paid for it. I don't know if so many young people are paid for the education that we are doing, but we do also climate education in schools and communities. But I think the most important thing that has also come in is getting the local knowledge, indigenous knowledge, into our climate innovations, and getting into also the university students to contribute to what women are having as indigenous knowledge, to what students know about climate. And so we are getting this connection in a way. So we are doing climate education, leadership, and climate innovation, mainly bringing into space indigenous knowledge and the academic knowledge to this space. Yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Elizabeth, as young people coming into this space to talk about hope, sometimes we can forget that the consumer tendencies we have as young people are contributing to the problem. We want the latest iPhone, we want to drive the best cars, and the emissions are going up. We want to build the best houses and taking up space for where we could have put trees. What is it about the mindset change of young people that we can do to make the future look more hopeful than what has been presented?
I think the first thing is, if we take real action, then hope is going to be found everywhere. And part of the work that I do involves working with young children and young people and nurturing them to be environmentally conscious, which is why I'm really happy to see young children like Karen at a very young age. She's already upfront and doing so much for the environment because she wants to live in a world that's livable. She wants a future that is safe for her. So being able to work with children is one of the things that really keeps me going. And the reason I'm saying that if we take real action, then hope is going to be found everywhere is because for the many years that I've worked with children and tried to help them to green their own school compounds, that's through the Green Generation Initiative, and to also help them clean their own air and help them understand that climate change is not only about explaining the problem, but it's also about finding solutions and helping young people and children be a part of those solutions. And for them, by them doing this, it means that they're able to be nurtured, they're able to understand that they can use their voices to shape and change the kind of world and future that they want to live in. But also in the same process, this is the same generation that is living in a world where most of these efforts still get undermined. And that is why our voices have become really important also to get other people to join this generation in taking action. And I'll give you a very good practical example. Most of the children that I work with are children that are trying to green their own school compounds. They're children that are trying to clean their air and trying to grow their own food in their own school compounds. But also, these are the same children that when they look out of their school compounds and out of their country's borders, they see big businesses, corporations, and governments cutting down bigger ecosystems and destroying forests. And what this means is that these efforts get undermined in the process. And so that is not giving them hope. So giving them hope is actually being able to work closely with them to support their efforts, to scale up their efforts, at the same time to make sure that every person, every sector of the economy, and every stakeholder is contributing and being a part and parcel of making that kind of change happen.
All right, thank you. Karen, if I could come to you, you know, adults normally like to complicate the problem. What do you see as a solution? What do you want to tell these adults in the room right now that will make them better fighters in the climate change space?
I like to tell you, plant your age. Like for me, when I turned 10 years, I didn't plant my age, which I'm going to plant tomorrow, and all of you are all invited to plant 10 trees each with me. And I'll plant, I don't know where to plant the trees, but I want to plant them in Karura Forest. And I just want to tell you, try and make our country green and let our Mother Earth breathe again. And I just want to say, plant more trees. And if you don't have a place to plant trees, you can plant in Karura Forest. And if you don't have a place where to get the trees, you can come to my tree nursery. I have a tree nursery with more than 30,000 tree seedlings, and I have planted more than 10,000 tree seedlings because I was 4 years old when I started planting trees. So you can tell your children to start the way I did. You can tell them that to start in their schools, in their cities, and you can get the trees in my nursery. I have different type of tree seedlings. I have bottle brush, red and white. I have moringa, I have katsurina, and many other. Thank you.
Thank you. So adults, please clap for her and go and plant trees. I'm going to ask the public if you have questions to please put up your hand, but as those questions come, maybe Bilha, if you could just weigh in. The solution looks simple, plant more trees. Sometimes the solution is also complicated, that many young people don't have access to land resources, neither do they have access to financial resources to buy these tree seedlings. How do we solve those two problems quickly? Yeah.
Thank you. And as I said, it's both a very simple but also complex problem, because it's one thing to say, let's plant trees, but we also have to be quite careful that we don't just plant the wrong trees in the wrong places, because we've also seen cases where you say plant eucalyptus, and you do a whole plantation of eucalyptus, and it drains all the water storage because it's the wrong tree for the wrong place. So it's simple solutions, but we also have to be very intentional and deliberate about how we're training young people and how we're bringing up the education about the things that we're doing. So to your point, it has to be a multi-stakeholder initiative or undertaking, as it were. The government has, and I think we've had a lot of, about government on the last 2 days in terms of what it can and should do. But I think for me, even more interestingly, is the role of the private sector. I was very impressed by the last panel, and they talked about how the water tower has been maintained because of what the private sector has been able to do. And I was having a conversation earlier at lunchtime, and I was talking to someone from the private sector, and they were saying how they have now started to force their suppliers to go green. And so it's actually forcing the suppliers to think about green, because it's saying you cannot do business with us if you're not going green. So to come back to your question, we cannot leave it to just one group. So it can't just be the students or young people and saying, oh, young people can do this. It's recognized that we have to create an enabling environment. That environment is controlled by different stakeholders. So the government controls policy, the private sector controls the finances, schools control the kind of information and transformation of minds that's needed. And so it's saying, how do we take every single person that's involved and making sure, one, we are mainstreaming green thinking in how they think. And the more we have more people thinking green, then it becomes easier to say, as a bank, I will give more money to young people. I'll look at initiatives such as this and say, I will fund it. As a government, I'll come up with policies that actually make it, make it a lot easier for us to do those kinds of things. So it's just saying that the conversation has to be multi-stakeholder driven.
All right, Jonita, if I could allow you for a minute or more to tell us about how you've done that in Uganda, because I know that you do that with one of the longest serving kingdoms in Uganda.
Yes, so getting into the space with finances is not always easy for young people. For the last few years, when I started the fight, I got the privilege to be one of the young ministers in the kingdom, Busoga Kingdom. But it was exciting, actually. But it was also very annoying. Why? So I get into this space and very excited to support on water and environment, natural resources. And so many young people are very excited about it, to see a young person on a very huge board and leading on a very technical issue. 1 week in, I started already throwing around ideas just like any young person would do. Finding space and getting them to on board on, this is what we could do, this and that. 1 month into it, my proposal was on the shelves. And for me, I got a bit discouraged on, was it kind of tokenism for me to be on this board, or was it really meaningful engagement? So just to get back to finances, it's very difficult. It's a very difficult space to get into as a young person. And even when they say you need to build your capacity, I've tried to read as much at my age to be able to get into these spaces, access finances for the organization, for young women that are doing amazing things. I know of different young people that we work with that are doing amazing things, from auto irrigators with moisturizer sensors to vacuum sealers for maize to avoid post-harvest losses, to different things, lithium batteries. You will just be amazed, and you're thinking, wow, what can I do? And it ends there. And I think it's very important for us to trust the power of young people and the knowledge that they can bring on board. Finances are there. We know they're there. Of course, even the government says the finances are not there, right? But we see something. Can we even share on what we are doing on our adaptation plans and implementation to the young people's projects or ideas? Yeah, thank you.
All right. Any questions that you'd like to put to the panel? Oh, okay. They're very at the extreme end, at the back.
So let me just take it up. I'll just do a remark. And I'd like to thank the Nation Media Group for organizing this session. It has been really great, and we've learned a lot. So my quick remarks about this topic of hope, I would like to say is that there's hope that Africa can mitigate and adapt to climate change. I mean, look at around you, the fresh air, the environment that we have to plant the trees. It's a good progress and achievement that we can say we are making. So we have identified 2 ways of adapting to climate change. and it's by planting trees and channeling finances to these areas. So what other things or areas can we identify for us to be able to mitigate climate change? We all have a role to play. Like, planting trees is not enough, because the number of trees we plant and still continue emitting, like, have we changed our lifestyle? The responsible consumption and production, SDG 12. So we cannot plant trees, yet we have not changed the way we consume. I like what Mayors is doing. They have the glass bottles. This is something that you can recycle over and over again. So as much as we are planting trees, let's change the way we consume. Let's change the way we produce. For example, when you talk about fuel emissions, there's no point I can plant a tree today and tomorrow I'm driving a very fuel guzzling vehicle. It doesn't make sense. So we need to change the way we do our things ourselves. There's no way I can say, trying to make the effort to fight climate change, and there's no way at my home place I'm consuming so much electricity, I don't have energy saving bulb, and that's where we need to start. So when you talk about taking actions toward climate change, it's about the little things we ourselves do. We can't say I'm going to an event and each and every one of us, my friend takes a car, takes a car. Can we carpool? So that at the end of the day, as much as we are planting trees, we are making the effort ourselves to mitigate the level of emissions we are
All right.
making.
Okay, thank you so much. Erica, I'd like you to just note down, you're going to respond to that, lifestyle changes. We still have 2 more questions at the back. So yes, the one with the microphone, please ask.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Dr. Festus Member from Climate Smart Agro Tech. I just have 2 comments, but if somebody has something to add on it, it's good. Number 1, for me, I think that how to solve this problem of climate change should be like spiritual revival. It's something that is supposed to begin with an individual, self-initiative, and then it spreads to the other. Otherwise, we'll become hypocritical, because you see, every morning, everybody here wakes up and drives a petrol-powered vehicle. And our city is actually very toxic. We are inhaling in very toxic air. And instead of talking about ozone depletion, about oceanic acidification, why can't we begin with our city, just on the ground? And the second point, I think it might take a whole generation or even decades to implement, to put into practice what we are thinking about. Because number 1, if we take, for example, the case of France, Emmanuel Macron said he doesn't want to see any Frenchman die because of the effect of polluted air. And there were a lot of yellow vest protests in France. What does that mean? That this thing should involve the government, and there should be a lot of policing, and it's actually very expensive. To even begin of thinking about making our transport system green, it's not something that is cheap. It is not an individual thing. The government should be involved, and even the way the government does policing. Number 3, there is a saying that necessity is the mother of invention. I just want to make a comment. Maybe the reason as to why we haven't really taken robust and aggressive measures towards climate problems we have is because we haven't really seen the need, especially here in Africa. Because when we go to the village, we drink water from the rivers, and everything is okay. Until we see these dangers, is when we shall start to wake up and to really do, to mitigate and solve the problem.
All right.
And paradigm shifts should be first priority. We should change from theory into practice. The next time when we have these good ideas, we need to be taken into practicals. We be taken somewhere where we can really plant trees. And we want to see the media, even people all over the world see as doing things in practical, not just talking. Because we can talk forever and nothing will happen. So the pragmatic aspects of climate change should be priority. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much. I'd like to remind you we started practically these Kusi ideas by planting trees and broadcasting that to the nation. There's a lady here, and I think that will be the last we take before we come back to our panel.
Thank you. My name is Joy Kiminja. I am Program Officer for Sustainable Futures Africa Foundation. Now, I'd like to open by saying that what an old man can see sitting, a young man cannot see while standing even on the highest mountain. And this is a representation of the people who are trying to influence change. So how do you think the older generation are helping you achieve your ideas of building a sustainable future with peace and environmental restoration being the key pillars of your ideas? Do you think you have enough support? And what solutions, because the solutions will have to come from us, what solutions are you bringing forth, not just to be heard in boardrooms, but actually to be implemented and for you to be active participants in advocating for change?
All right, thank you so much. I think we'll start with you, Eric, and then that last question, we'll start with Elizabeth, and then we'll have everyone else answer. Yes.
All right, thank you so much. Amazing question I had there on sustainable lifestyles. And I'm just thinking, yes, it definitely goes beyond planting trees. And of course, planting trees is a good step, but we need to do more than that because the lifestyles that we are living right now are not sustainable. And just shows about the overconsumption and how we are using more than what is needed, but not as at an individual level, but also at a systemic level, because whilst we need to shift to sustainable products, moving away from plastics, moving away from fossil fuels, I think the individual carbon footprint is a narrative which has been propagated by big oil companies to shift attention from their own responsibility, because the highest emitters are big oil companies, global north countries, and while it is important for individuals to take action, we also need to step up our advocacy in demanding that bigger stakeholders, actors like big fossil fuel companies, governments are taking action in order to be able to limit global temperature rise below 1.5 degrees. And I'm just thinking about how I do disagree with the statement that has been made that in Africa we're not taking climate action because we haven't seen the need. I feel like we have seen the need because Africans are disproportionately affected by the climate crisis. In Kenya, there is an ongoing drought that has put millions at severe risk of hunger. And I think that it is not because we have not seen the need, but also because I think we need to think about the climate crisis as a systemic issue, that it is a product of capitalism, neocolonialism, and neoliberal policies, which have not only caused the crisis, but have also destabilized our ability to be able to take action. And I'm just thinking of the ongoing drought in Kenya. Of course, it is as a result, it is climate induced, right? And Kenya had the least role in causing the crisis, but is bearing the brunt of it. And at the same time, Africa has one of the largest uncultivated arable lands, but we do not have the ability to grow our own food, and that is why climate justice is food justice, and we need to we create a policy environment that supports African local farmers to grow their own food, because the policies that exist right now are hostile and, like criminalizing seed sharing and other policies that exist that do not allow local farmers to grow their own food. So of course, the drought, but also at the same time it happens in a continent that our food systems have been destabilized, and we need to think about how we can move towards that. At the same time, I'm just thinking about the question you had asked on the on imagining the futures, right? What future do I hope? And I think I would want to see a future where Africa has moved to renewable energies. We need to start the just transition to renewable energy, and that starts with stopping all new oil and gas exploration. For now, in the African continent, oil and gas has failed to meet the energy demands of the African people. Most of the African oil and gas resources on the continent are oriented around European economic growth, and that is why most of them are connected to pipelines and go overseas. They have failed to meet Africa's energy demands, despite the fact that millions of Africans lack energy access to support and living a life with dignity. And that is why we need to call for more finance to leapfrog the move to a just transition, because the future that Africa needs is a future that we have moved away from the use of fossil fuels and moved to a just transition that has prioritized workers and local communities, so that renewable energy is actually meeting the needs of local communities, and just thinking about how energy should be a common good and not should be treated. Energy should be treated as a common good and not a commodity, meaning that it's not about profitability, but about meeting local people's needs. And I think that is one of my imaginations of what a future for Africa would look like. And the last thing is about, as a solution, is thinking about systemic transformation, and thinking about how the capitalist crisis, capitalism has led us to this crisis, and thinking about how we can use different metrics like GDP, moving away from GDP as a metric that we are using to measure like economic growth, because anything can be GDP. Cut trees here in Karura Forest and sell it for timber, and then develop these places for real estate. That is GDP growth. Using fossil fuels and burning the planet and sacrificing the planet because of profit, that is still GDP growth. And that is why we need to move to shift to different metrics and just thinking about alternatives, because the system that we are living right now is not conducive for people and the climate.
All right, thank you so much, Eric. You speak with so much passion on that subject. Just as you were speaking, we were joined by our chief guest, Her Excellency Meg Whitman, who is the U.S. Ambassador to Kenya. These are the young people who represent hope, and they're the voices of hope, and we've just been going about 30 minutes of conversation on hope. Elizabeth, please make your concluding remarks, but also answer the question on generational help. How are the young people speaking to the old people? Are they getting all the help they need? And what needs to be done to bridge that generational gap in the climate change fight?
We're aware that young people, and this is something that we say over and over again, and we keep hearing it many times, that young people and children and the youth, this is the generation that is going to have to live longer with the consequences of every decision that is made today, and as well with the consequences of climate inaction as well. And one of the things that's really important that people don't talk about when talking about youth and children is the fact that for many of this population, the reason why they're stepping up and in this space, it's not because they have a duty that is imposed upon them to take that action. This is a natural call to action that comes from deep within, being able to identify with challenges within their communities, within their schools, within the country, and then decide that we're not going to watch as the planet get down to the drain. We will step up and do everything within our own capacity to show love to our planet, to show love to the people, and step up to take action, which is one thing that I think is still missing in the world, that we have so much disconnection from people and the planet with everything that we do in our day-to-day living. And that is why when we talk about environmental conservation, it actually goes beyond every action. It goes beyond planting trees. We have to see this as an interconnected problem. It's about the food we eat, the water that we drink, the air that we breathe, everything, our health. So being able to identify with these and being able to understand that every action that we take in our lives affects the environment directly or indirectly is what is really the first step to be able to understand that we cannot continue in the same way that actually causes more and more harm and damage to this generation that will have to live longer with the consequences of climate inaction. And so I think we have to really start it at home on the ground, because when we keep talking about it, then it means that change is not happening. Change only happens when we begin back at home and begin to also recognize that solutions on climate, solutions on environmental conservation have to come from the people and the communities, because when these challenges come, it's most often the young people and the people back in the communities who don't even understand some of these complex issues that get to be affected. So we have to remember that all of these solutions matter in the end, but at the end of the day, if each and every person will not stand to be counted as part of the generation that did everything within their power, their capacity, with every resource that they had to make this planet better and habitable for all generations to come, then that is not going to be justice to this generation. It's going to be injustice, and actually a gross injustice to all the generations. And talking about how young people are also communicating with the other generation, I think it's important to understand what meaningful and genuine youth engagement actually looks like. And genuine and meaningful youth engagement is actually shaped by the young people. Young people understand and they know what it is like to be able to feel meaningfully engaged. And many times we know that we are asked to speak in forums such as this, to be able to use our voices to advance some of the key issues. But also, most of us, once we leave this podium, we're going to go back to our projects back at home. We're going to go back and keep doing the work that we do. So in recognition that young people really want to have their voices heard, and they also want to be part of the whole entire decision-making process, and also receive equal support and actually be recognized as key and equal contributors just like everyone else. Because when we move together, it's collective action that is going to make change happen. And one thing that we strongly believe in is that all the small acts that we do multiplied by millions of us is what is going to make that difference. But we cannot do it on our own. We need every other stakeholder to really also work with young people as key contributors, and to also make sure that the solution that every young person is leading on the ground is actually being taken seriously, because that passion and the fact that this is being done out of a natural call to action is what is going to make that long-term and genuine meaningful action towards the end.
All right, thank you so much. Bila, what are your concluding remarks on this? Yes, it's on.
Thank you. When I think about Africa, there are two ways to think about it. By 2050, we'll have 2.5 billion Africans, of whom 50% will be below the age of 25. So we are a very young continent and increasingly getting very young. And I think when you look at the numbers, it's actually, it can either be a very scary number when you think about all those young people and what, the kind of future they're going to live in, or a very inspiring future if we make the right choices today. But the thing I keep telling people is, you cannot ignore the question of young people in Africa. Just by the sheer numbers, we are going to be a lot of young people in Africa and only growing younger. And so if the young people continue in the same trajectory that the world has continued to go in right now, you can already imagine the demand for urbanization, the demand for energy, the demand for food systems, for clean water, etc., and the kind of emissions that will lead to, and the kind of increased climate change, climatic conditions that would lead to. But on the flip side, we have the opportunity of transforming the minds of young people so that they think different, and from the word go, they make different choices. And my hope is that we can get to the place where young people, we're talking about climate doesn't become something that we have to activate about. It has to be something that's natural. And I think someone talked about it's an individual revival, as it were. I am looking forward to the place where, to the place where the minds of young people have been so transformed such that they think about a green economy, or they think about a sustainable future as part of their natural way of thinking, and then hopefully they make choices, whether it's career choices or financial choices, that are green from the start.
All right, thank you. Jonita, your concluding remarks on this?
Thank you, Raymond. I agree. If 50% of Africans will be young people by 2050, it means that young people will still be the experts then. And what the older people right now could do is make sure that we are experts now so that we can be better experts then. So for me, that's super key in regards to how the next years would look like. But also, if we are going to be 2.5 billion people, it means that everyone will be looking for space. And so it gets to the entire system. And what we've seen right now is there's a different system of how things are working, and young people are trying to get there. So for me, it would be, I imagine where there's a bit of system change, more relaxed than hierarchical that is happening right now, where adaptive leadership is very, very hard to do right now, and to be able to, get into new ideas, because climate change doesn't warn us, and we have to be prepared. And so if you look at the future, it can be two-way. One could be, if we don't take action, there is no planet. If we do, then there's a planet. And so it's from everyone's actions now that will determine the future. If we don't take action now, there is no future of the planet, and we are still giving birth. So I think it's important for us to do the actions right now. We're supposed to do it yesterday, and I appreciate that with the Kusi Festival, we are trying to get these ideas on board. And I wish that the next Kusi Ideas Festival will be just a hackathon for one day, to just get off the panels, to actually getting ideas that are going to be used in the next few weeks, to tell, get a stand as Africans. So for me, it would be basically be that. If we take action, it would be super nice.
All right, since we all agree young people are the future if they take action, only one young person is on this panel today, Karen, and she's already taking action. So Karen, please, you have your final concluding remarks. You told me you had something special that you wanted to tell us. Now is the time, please.
I wanted to tell you this. I am also the voice of the children, and my few remarks are, we talk more and we do less. So let us start cooperating. And if we cooperate soon, we'll see our country green, and I'll be so happy to see it green, and I'll thank all of you for what you have done for the country. So let us try to cooperate, and let us try to plant and grow more trees. And there's a difference of planting and growing more trees. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. A round of applause for my panel. I think he'll just stand up and take a picture. And let me cooperate with Larry and hand him back this.
Thank you very much. Let's give them another round of applause. Thank you very much. With that kind of voice, we cannot deny her at least growing a tree, right? If anything, if you're not doing it for saving the planet, at least do it for her. Just because she asked very nicely, I think it's the least we can do. And yesterday we got interesting statistics with regards to how many trees everybody needs to plant so we can actually beat that target of 15 billion by 2030. And the figure was at 300. So if you plant 300 trees within the next 7 years, I think it's not such an outlandish idea. It's an ambitious one, and definitely we can do it. Also from this panel, something very key and interesting that we pick up from this particular debate is the difference between electricity and energy. Because somebody will tell you that I live in an apartment. You're telling me to plant trees. Where do I plant the tree? Where do I go to plant the tree? Somebody might kick me out. But there are things you can do at the very basic individual level in terms of saving on energy. Earlier on, we had a panelist telling us, when they used to cook with firewood, when you're done for the evening, instead of letting the firewood burn all through, you remove it so you can use it again the next day. So when you leave a room, switch off the lights. Use less water. We have a habit of boiling water and then adding cold water to make it warm so we can shower, which is just a contradictory of terms, isn't it? All you need to do is just remove that cold out of the water so they can be able to shower. In my home village in Kisumu, it's very hot. So what we do, instead of boiling the water, we just put it out at 10 in the morning. By 12, it's ready because it's too hot, just in a metal bucket. So some of these things at the individual level, we can do them. And I think this is what the discussion we're talking about, of cascading this to the grassroots, making it palatable for the people who are actually the executors of some of these policies that we discuss in such forums. And unfortunately, we don't have our farmer from Isiolo. I would have loved to at least have a final chat tete-a-tete with him until the very end. So thank you very much. That brings us the close of our final panel of day 2 of Kusi Festival, Ideas Festival 2022. And just to give us a wrap-up of this, I'm going to invite one of our hosts. This idea, of course, is pushed by the Nation Media Group, and we really appreciate it that we can be able to meet like this and just share ideas and get solutions to our problems, because we are here. It's about exploring African solutions and, of course, the innovation that we can bring forth. So please help me appreciate and welcome Mr. Sevin Gitagama from the CEO. Nation Media Group PLC, just to give us some closing remarks before we invite our chief guest. I think it deserves a big round of applause than that. I mean, it's just set up a fantastic session for 2 days that has just opened our minds. Karibu sana.
So, finally, the 2 days are almost done. It has been a great 2 days. I'm sure most of you will not regret spending the 2 days in a forest. And the venue speaks for itself. I think there's no other good venue than Karura Forest to discuss matters climate change. Now, I want to start by saying 4 words. Thank you, thank you. We appreciate you in a special way, and we appreciate everyone who made this 4th edition of the Kusi Ideas Festival possible. Now, as we approach this moment, we are faced with 2 key problems. Now, the 2 problems that as organizers are faced with is how do we recognize or describe each of you who made it possible to attend the 4th edition of the Kusi Ideas Festival. Now, we decided to recognize you as wonderful children and friends of Africa. So that's the first problem. You are wonderful children and friends of Africa. Among these children of Africa, we want to thank the Kusi Secretariat, which was led by an NMG director, Mr. Wangedi Mwangi, Charles Onyango Obo, Clifford Machoka, just to mention among the many people who participated and made this possible. We had teams from Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania. We owe you. The second problem, which has even been tougher, was how we appreciate your remarkable contributions and insights in a sentence. We were lucky on this one, on this second problem. It came via a question asked by someone who tuned into our 2-day conversations. This is the question this person asked. Africa has such an impressive array of clever and talented people, and we saw them on the stage. So why can't, and why isn't it the world leader? Given what I heard, it should be. So why are we not the world leaders if we have this talent, we have these clever and talented people? I think this should be the theme for the next Kusi. The question, however, summarized just how outstanding you and our distinguished panelists and moderators were. We appreciate you from a very special place, collectively from NMG. With equal heart, I want to appreciate our partners, and I'll list them. If I miss you, please excuse me for that, but I'm sure I'll be able to cover all of them. First is the Friends of the Karura Board and the Kenya Forestry Services for the good work and for allowing us to sit on this grass for 2 days. They were worried that we'll leave the grass messed up, but I think we'll leave it intact. So we clap for these people. Safaricom, KCB Bank, Equity Group, NCBA Group, Cooperative Bank, Kenya Pipeline Company, Global Center on Adaptation, Habitat for Humanity, Dika Cloth Mill, Infectious Disease Institute at Makerere University, Uganda, KENHA, that's the Kenya National Highways Authority, REREC, UNDP, Prudential, Image Registrars, Rainforests Alliance, Java Foundation, Embassy of Denmark, Nairobi, and Foodscape. So we thank you all, and we really appreciate you for your support. This would not have been possible without your support, and we really appreciate you. This is the highest number of partners we've had from all the previous Kusi sessions. And we are bigly grateful, as the Americans say it. It means a lot to us because ideas are sometimes not easily acceptable. It is easy to sell. It's easy to tell somebody we are going in for a marathon. It is easy to say we are going in for a football match or we are feeding the hungry, but it's very difficult to explain why you are going in to have an ideas discussion. So we really appreciate you and for answering your call, and you say, Asante sana. Now, there's something else. Nearly all of you share the DNA of commitment of working to transform the continent through Pan-African values. Someone shared with us a story about one of our partners who has invested outside the core East African region. This company has invested, I'll not mention the name, but they have invested in the Democratic Republic of Congo. And the people there, the team that was there for a big international peacekeeping mission. One of our partners has put ATMs in the Congolese city, which is outside the capital city. The ATMs have become very popular, and popular especially with the peacekeeping operation team. Now, why are they popular? They are popular because of one thing, that in Congo, unlike what they have experienced in Kenya, is that you can withdraw US dollars. They are able to withdraw dollars and put dollars directly in their pockets, which they have never done back at home. Now, we also would like to salute the board of the Nation Media Group, headed by our chairman, Dr. Wilfred Kiboro, and our directors who have been here with us for the 2 days. We have had Leonard Msusa from Tanzania. You can just wave. We also had Sumaya Hassan and Francis Okello. The directors have been very supportive, and they have had the courage to greenlight this event over the 2 days. Now, I will not finish without recognizing our speakers. Yesterday, we had virtual speakers who spoke to us remotely. We also had a representation from the Office of the President. So we'd like to thank our high-level speakers and their messages. We start with His Excellency, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, the President of the Republic of Kenya, His Excellency Paul Kagame, the President of the Republic of Rwanda. This is the 4th time His Excellency Paul Kagame has been with us. He has attended all Kusi sessions. I think he deserves a special clap. We also had a message from Prince Zahim Aga Khan. We had a message from Dr. Philip Mpango, the Vice President of the Republic of Tanzania, and in attendance was Honorable Soipan Tuya, the CS Environment and Forestry. In addition, you'll agree with me that our MC, Mr. Larry Asego, has been amazing. We thank you. Where is he? We thank you. Thank you. I will end with the words of the Nobel Peace Prize winner, Wangari Maathai. As we have heard and we have been told that this would not have been possible, where we are standing would not have been possible were it not for Professor Wangari Maathai. In her book, Unbowed, the book is titled Unbowed, she writes that there are opportunities even in the most difficult moments. Yesterday we were told climate change is an opportunity for investment. It is not a problem, but rather an opportunity. The same words that Professor Wangari told us. So no matter how bleak the future of climate change looks, inadvertently there are opportunities. And I wish you safe travel, good health, and prosperity on whatever you do. And I'm sure we'll meet and we'll continue interacting in our various platforms, online, virtually, physically, as you interact with our products, and as we wait to meet during the 5th Kusi Festival next time this year. Before I sit down, I would like to invite on stage our chief guest for this session, and very hardworking. That's the evidence I have, because I've seen her working very hard since she joined this country. You saw her during the vote turning she spent several hours at the Bomas of Kenya. It is none other than the US Ambassador, Meg Whitman. Welcome on stage.
Well, good afternoon. I know I am your last speaker, but thank you for inviting me. And I want to thank Nation Media Group for putting on this amazing event, and thank Stephen Kitagama. These events do not organize themselves. These take financial assistance, takes focus, takes people, and I think we should give Nation Media a big round of applause for everything that you have done here. And I want to thank you all for coming. I just got a glimpse of the enthusiasm, the commitment, the joy that so many of you feel about the opportunities ahead of us in climate change. And without young people, without people like you, we will not achieve the goals that we want to achieve. By way of background, as many of you know, I am the new US Ambassador to Kenya. I just arrived on August 1st. And, but by way of background, I'm a business person more than I am a diplomat. And I'm also an outdoor enthusiast and an environmentalist. Most recently, I was on the National Board of the Nature Conservancy in the United States, and we obviously worked all over the world. In fact, my very first trip to Kenya was as a member of the Board of Directors of TNC in 2018. And when I was asked by the White House to be the ambassador to Kenya, I hearkened back to that trip and I said, I loved Kenya when I was there, and I'd be delighted and honored and privileged to serve the Kenyan people. Now, as I mentioned, I am a businesswoman by trade, and so I need to talk some numbers, if that's all right with you. In the business world and in the world of climate science, math really matters. Every 10th of degree of warning averted means less drought, less flooding, less sea level rise, and less extreme weather. It means losses avoided and lives saved. Now, when COP26 concluded in Glasgow last year, nations that represented 65% of global GDP had committed to 2030 targets in line with limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees centigrade. Now then, the International Energy Agency calculated that if all the commitments and initiatives that had been made in Glasgow were fully implemented, we could actually limit global warming to 1.8 degrees. A little higher than 1.5, but 1.8 degrees. Following the conclusion of COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh a few weeks ago, the IEA now tells us that if the new commitments announced at COP are fully implemented, we could limit warming to 1.7 degrees. So that's a journey from our previous path before COP26 towards over 2 degrees in warming to 1.8 and to 1.7. I think that is a journey that we can be proud of, even as we recognize we are just getting started and we have to do better. But what will it take to get that number down even more, to 1.6 or 1.5 or even 1? And it's going to take some big ideas. And that is why I'm so impressed with a festival like this of 2 days around ideas. Because the climate change is global, it's not bilateral, and we need grassroots efforts and grassroots ideas combined with big ideas from large players and large initiatives. And so what I thought I'd do is just give you a little bit of insight into what the things the United States is actually doing. Because every time I come to a conference like this, I am asked, what is the United States actually doing? Not what are they thinking about? but what are they doing? Because the United States is a big player here. And so I thought I'd just recap a few things that we're doing. President Biden knows that there is no greater challenge confronting the world than climate change, and the Biden administration is committed to tackling the climate crisis and galvanizing global action. The United States has worked to scale up U.S. international climate finance to more than $11 billion, making us now the single largest contributor of climate finance. And these new country commitments, really partnerships, I think, bring us a step closer to keeping 1.5 degrees centigrade within reach. Now, fulfilling those commitments, of course, requires finance and the United States and partner governments to really step up. As President Biden underscored in his address from Sharm el-Sheikh, the Inflation Reduction Act puts the United States on track to meeting our ambitious goals of reducing emissions 50 to 52% below 2005 levels by 2030. Our investments in clean energy and infrastructure innovation will help the countries deliver stronger climate ambitions anywhere, by driving down the cost of clean technologies everywhere. At COP27, President Biden took major steps under his Emergency Plan for Adaptation and Resilience, which aims to help more than 500 million people in developing countries adapt to and manage the impacts of climate change. The President announced a doubling of our pledge to the Adaptation Fund to $100 million. He's also announced more than $150 million to new funding to accelerate adaptation efforts across Africa. Resources that will help expand early warning systems to reduce impacts and save lives. Help vulnerable companies access climate risk insurance and adaptation finance, and help improve food security through climate resilience agriculture. We launched new programs to mobilize private sector action and finance supporting adaptation efforts. To help countries manage loss and damage, we contributed $24 million to the Global Shield Against Climate Risks and an additional $20 million to 2 UN funds that provide humanitarian relief and help protect migrants, with a particular focus on climate change. We're also pleased to join vulnerable countries in one of the major outcomes from COP, a decision to establish funding arrangements related to loss and damage. So ideas are one thing. How did one actually get these things done? And then what are the new ideas that really can focus on making real change that young people can see in the next few years? And here are some other ideas for addressing climate change that I find really exciting. I believe that technology has a huge role to play in advancing the greater good. My home state of California is seeing the effects of climate change as it experiences wildfire seasons that worsen from one year to the next. But I believe the price of inaction is far greater than the cost of making a mistake. And California is using innovation, technology, and its collective brain power to bring about action. But we have to be willing to take some risks. Let me say it again. I believe the price of inaction is far greater than the cost of making a mistake. So take a Clean Startup 12, for example. They developed a process that can transform carbon into everyday products, from sunglasses and car parts to laundry soap and jet fuel. Pretty much anything that's currently made with petroleum-based carbon. At scale, their process could help suck tons of carbon dioxide from the air. Here in Kenya, one great idea is the Northern Kenya Rangelands Trust Carbon Project, which is the world's biggest soil carbon removal project. Just officially launched at COP27, this project was born of an idea of more than 10 years ago to sustainably manage livestock grazing, which both benefits local communities and reduces carbon. USAID anticipates that in 30 years, 50 million tons of CO2 will be removed as a result of this project. And ideas like this can be game changers for local communities and, frankly, for the Earth. As our earlier speakers mentioned, Africa is young and Africa is innovative, but Africa is also suffering disproportionately from the effects of climate change. Working together, I believe we can innovate our way to a better future, one in which Africa is more resilient, more secure, more peaceful, and more prosperous. I think it's incredibly important to remember that by 2050, 1 in 4 people on Earth will live on the African continent. By 2050, 1 in 3 working age people will live on the African continent. The future is definitely Africa here, and that's why I'm so pleased to know about these ideas festivals and the things that you are working on. But I think as I close, we need to ask ourselves, what kind of world do we want to live in? We're all in this climate crisis together, and no one can choose to be left out. There are plants and animals I'm seeing now in Kenya that my grandchildren may not be able to see. We need to move from intention to action, and that big step starts with big ideas. The fact that you are all here today means that you are big thinkers, change makers, committed people, and men and women of big ideas. And I can't wait to see what you come up with, and I can't wait to attend Kusi next year. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the close of Kusi 4. We thank you very much, and we appreciate your attendance, and we definitely hope that you're going to be joining us for Kusi 5. And of course, the question was, with all these bright minds and brilliant minds that we have in this country and this continent, why are we lagging behind? So thank you very much. Have yourselves a fantastic weekend ahead, and see you for the next one, Kusi 5. Good evening.